and welcome to Helsinki. I'm not Finnish, so actually I can't say this. My name is Tony Agatha. I'm the Special Envoy for Climate and Environment from the European External Action Service from Brussels. And I'd like to welcome you in the house. Hope you find a seat quickly. And those who are online, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the OSCE Chairpersonship Conference on Climate and Security with the title, Unleashing the Potential of the Comprehensive Approach. And I'll try to act as your master of ceremony, trying to keep the vibe going on, keep time, be ruthlessly strict when I have to. They even wrote jokes for me here, so you'll hear a few there. So we have a full house, a full program. Let's get started. We're about to address a number of complex issues. The relationship between climate change, environmental degradation, security, and peace is not straightforward, but the OSCE's comprehensive security approach, which is in your DNA, offers a lot of avenues to look at the relationships between these issues. And today, we aim to unleash some of this potential, applying a cross-dimensional approach to climate, peace, and security matters. So regarding the political-military dimension, today we discuss the environmental and climate costs of conflicts. Armed conflicts and wars cause, of course, immense human suffering and often irreversible damage to the environment and climate. Russia's illegal and unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine has inflicted massive environmental damage and precipitated energy and food insecurity globally. With respect to the economic and environmental dimension, we also look at how businesses and companies can help to address these issues related to climate security. And thirdly, finally, we dive into the human dimension and look at the role of environmental and climate defenders. We'll kick off with the speech of the OSCE Chairman in Office, Foreign Minister Elina Valtonen, who sends her greetings via video. Today, she's in Central Asia and therefore could not be physically here with us in beautiful Espoo. Minister Valtonen is the fourth-term Member of Parliament, Deputy Chair of the National Coalition Party, and in Parliament she served as Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee and in the Defence Committee, Finance Committee and Grand Committee. Valtonen has chaired the Finnish delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and served as Deputy Member of the Finnish delegation to the Council of Europe. And before entering politics, Valtonen worked abroad in the private sector in various countries, including for 10 years in the financial sector in Copenhagen and London. A former computer programmer, so she's really smart, she's been involved in setting up several growth companies. Please start the video.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege and pleasure to welcome you to the OSCE Chairpersonship Conference on Climate and Security, Unleashing the Potential of the Comprehensive Approach. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you today due to my visit to Central Asia as Chair in Office. The OSCE and its field presence play an important role in strengthening the climate resilience of the countries in the region. The OSCE supports the participating states in identifying climate-related risks, developing risk reduction measures, and implementing concrete work on the ground. The OSCE, with its comprehensive security approach, is well placed to discuss climate and security from a holistic perspective. This has been highlighted already in the previous two OSCE climate conferences in July 23 and in June 24. Climate emergency as a global challenge requires joint action. Yet in the OSCE region we find ourselves in troubles that needlessly distract our efforts. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has shattered the post-Cold War stability, altering the European security landscape. The war has caused immeasurable damage to the environment. It has led to large-scale environmental degradation throughout Ukraine and beyond, resulting in biodiversity loss, water degradation, deforestation, and pollution, further aggravating climate change. The direct and indirect impacts of the war pose risks to the environment, human health, livelihoods, and the overall safety and security in the region. Russia's war in Ukraine hampers climate change mitigation efforts. The political tensions resulting from the war have also led to a halt in the political work to shape the role of the OSCE in climate affairs. As conflicts and wars take central stage, the effects of climate change and environmental degradation may fade into the background. How do we move forward? First, addressing environmental problems and climate change need to be part of the comprehensive security as these pose a threat to global security. Second, we need strategic foresight, multilateral cooperation, adaptation and a whole of society approach for better preparedness and stronger resilience. Building resilience against climate shocks will provide a buffer against other risks. Third, we need to address the global challenges together. This is at the core of our chairpersonship slogan, Resilient Together. Responding to shared complex problems is more effective when governments treat their citizens and each other with respect, involve their citizens in decision-making, and ground their policies in scientific evidence. Discussing and strategizing is necessary, but it must lead to action. The cost of inaction is massive. In Europe alone, the figures are staggering. It has been estimated that worsening climate impacts could reduce EU GDP by about 7% by the end of the century. As highlighted by the Global Risks Report 25 by the World Economic Forum, the burden of climate change is becoming more evident every year. Finland is doing its bit. Minister Multala will elaborate on this further in her remarks. Dear participants, the OSCE remains a forum to discuss and address the impacts of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Finland's support to Ukraine is unwavering. Finland is committed to supporting Ukraine in monitoring and assessing the environmental damage caused by the war. This work is also conducted by the OSCE. A just and lasting peace in Ukraine continues to demand our full attention. The Ukrainian people deserve a future in healthy environment. Finland as well as the Finnish people support Ukraine in its sustainable reconstruction efforts. Dear all, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. This is a year to respect our common legacy, respond to challenges and prepare for the future. This year also marks the 50th anniversary of Hanaholmen. In 1967, Sweden forgave Finland's remaining war debt, equivalent of 172 million euros. In return, Finland agreed to create Hanaholmen, a cultural cooperation center to serve as a bridge between our nations. Hanaholmen serves as a reminder of how far Finland has come from a war-torn, resource-poor nation on the margins of Europe to an integrated member of the European and transatlantic community. On this note, I wish you all a fruitful and insightful day. Thank you so much.
So that was very inspiring, especially the motion of costs of inaction, which are insurmountable, and the spirit of Hanaholmen, which I hope will infuse us today. Now, I have the honor to introduce the Minister of Climate and the Environment, Sari Multala, who leads the Ministry of Environment. Starting in January 2025 as a Minister of Climate and the Environment, she's responsible for matters related to the environment, construction and housing. These include climate policy, nature and water protection, preventing environmental pollution, circular economy, construction, and land use and housing policy. I hope you have many people to help you because this is a big thing. Minister Multala is also responsible for matters covered by the Energy Department of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. As we are on the seed side, let me also point out, and I love this fact, that Minister Multala is also a 3-time world champion in sailing and the previous head coach of the Finnish national sailing team in 2013 and 2015. So you know what it is when the winds are against you. Please, the floor is yours.
Is this on? Yes. Distinguished participants in the room and online, thank you for this introduction and coming yesterday evening, or actually night, from Nice, having the UN Ocean Conference there. I have to say that I also have personal experience of what it means when we don't care of our environment, our oceans, but also other environment, climate and the biodiversity. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the OSCE Chairpersonship Conference on Climate and Security. My esteemed colleague Minister Valtonen has made a compelling case for why addressing climate change and environmental degradation is essential to national, regional and global security. We are gathered here today because climate change should no longer be perceived solely as an environmental concern. It has proceeded to be a pressing security issue and a lived reality of millions today. This was underscored in the latest report by the Munich Security Conference, the world's leading forum for international security policy. This year, the report identified extreme weather, forest fires, the destruction of natural habitats, and climate change as the greatest risks facing countries around the world. Climate change is a threat multiplier. It aggravates existing vulnerabilities, fuels instability, and undermines the foundations of peace and prosperity. It is a national security issue when rising sea levels threaten to submerge coastal cities and critical infrastructure, and raging wildfire devastate local communities and livelihoods. It is a regional security issue when extreme droughts and water scarcity ignite tensions between neighboring states. And it is a global security issue when climate-induced disasters displace millions, triggering migration that strains borders, overwhelms humanitarian systems, and tests international cooperation. Moreover, we must recognize that climate change is a part of a broader triple planetary crisis. Alongside biodiversity loss and pollution, accelerating land degradation and desertification. These interconnected threats are eroding the national system upon which our economies, livelihoods, health and security depend. They threaten food and energy security at all levels of society. Distinguished guests, environmental security is first and foremost the avoidance of harm to the environment, harm caused either through omission to protect the natural world or through violence and warfare. Which brings me to the acute and overwhelming situation in Ukraine. Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine has had a devastating toll on the environment. It has had tragic repercussions well beyond Ukraine and Europe, especially on global food and energy security. The President of Ukraine has put focus on the environmental side of the damage caused by the war, in addition to the human suffering and material losses. In October last year, Finland, together with Ukraine, organized an international conference on the follow-up of President Zelensky's peace plan as it relates to environmental security. The Helsinki Joint Communique on Environmental Security in Ukraine puts forth actionable items on impact assessment of damage and destruction to the natural environment with a view to ensuring environmental resilience and sustainability. Environment is often the silent victim of war, and we must make sure that more attention is paid to environmental crimes and ensuring accountability for these. What is now being highlighted in the context of Ukraine will hopefully not be ignored in the context of conflicts elsewhere. Distinguished guests, let us also make sure that we protect the protectors. Civil society actors, including human rights and environmental defenders, work tirelessly to advance human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. They should be granted the opportunities to take action. Distinguished audience, time is running out. The window for meaningful and impactful action is closing. Our main arena for combating climate change remains the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. The global target is to limit the rise in average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius, and ideally to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Achieving this requires strong and immediate emission reductions. Finland is doing our part. We aim to be climate neutral by 2035 and the first fossil-free advanced economy. Yet even with mitigation efforts, climate warming will continue. This makes adaptation essential. Finland's National Climate Change Adaptation Plan outlines strategies to enhance our resilience. It aims to ensure well-being, safety and security in a changing climate. We must also integrate climate risk to national security strategies. Our defense and intelligence communities must be equipped to anticipate and respond to climate-driven threats. In Finland, the environment is embedded in our security strategy for society, made this year. It is based on the concept of comprehensive security, a uniquely Finnish model that emphasizes collaboration between authorities, businesses, civil society, and citizens to safeguard the vital functions of society. It also underscores the role of individuals and communities in environmental stewardship and crisis response and integrates environmental security into the protection of health, infrastructure and the economy. Risks such as climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution are recognized as threats that can disrupt these vital functions. The strategy makes clear we must invest in resilience, in infrastructure, early warning systems, and the adaptive capacity of vulnerable communities. And we must commit to international cooperation, even in today's challenging geopolitical environment. Climate security knows no borders. It demands a unified global response through diplomacy, development, and defense. Allow me some final thoughts. In today's multipolar and conflicted world, regional cooperation is crucial for maintaining security and stability, fostering economic growth, and addressing transnational challenges. The OSCE, with its comprehensive security approach, is well positioned to address climate and security from a holistic perspective. Security cooperation is at the core of the OSCE, and the climate emergency as a global challenge demands joint action. By fostering inclusive and participatory action and by upholding the Helsinki principles, we can enhance our resilience and adaptability in the face of climate change and environmental degradation. A healthy environment is a prerequisite for peace, and the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a human right. Together, we can and we must work towards a more sustainable, secure, and resilient future for all. I wish you an insightful and rewarding deliberations today, and I hope you also find time to enjoy the light and the building, putting beauty of the Nordic summer. Unfortunately, the weather might not be the best today, but still it is beautiful outside and also in this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it's interesting the holism that you speak about when it comes to the green transition, democracy, human rights, rule of law, and security. And perhaps after 50 years of the Helsinki Final Act, this day can herald a green Helsinki process, because the OSCE seems really good for this. Now, I have the honor to welcome to the stage Special Representative of the President of Kazakhstan on International Environmental Cooperation, Zofia Suleymanova. Ms. Suleymanova is an accomplished professional with a strong background in international relations and environmental policy. She's a very impressive track record, previously served as a minister, vice minister, deputy director of the department in charge of ecology and natural resources, and she's also been a deputy of the Majlis of the Parliament. Please, the floor is yours. And give her a hand.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It is a great pleasure to take part in the OSCE Chairpersonship Conference on Climate and Security and to address this esteemed gathering. I warmly recall my participation in the Climate Conference and the second preparatory meeting of the OSCE Economic and Environmental Forum last year during the Maltese Chairpersonship. Taking this opportunity, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the Finnish Chairpersonship of the OSCE for the invitation to this event and their warm hospitality in beautiful Espoo. We are pleased that the Finnish Chairpersonship is prioritizing the risks stemming from climate change in the economic and environmental dimension of the OSCE. Today, we focus on the critical themes of enhancing security and stability in this region through the roles of government, civil society, and mass media, how to better incorporate intersectoral, interdimensional, and transboundary issues into the environmental and climate-related work of the OSCE, contributing to sustainable development and climate change mitigation and adaptation. As you may be aware, Central Asia is particularly susceptible to climate change, where temperatures are rising twice as fast as the global average. So in a way, even if the world will succeed to limit the growth of temperature within 1.5 degrees, for us, the most optimistic scenario is 2.5 degrees with related challenges. So, of course, and these problems are accelerating other problems such as the intensification of extreme weather events, accelerated glacier melting, desertification, and water scarcity. And this is why Kazakhstan is committed to the goals of the global climate agenda, taking decisive action against climate change. We were the first country in the region to ratify the Paris Agreement, and we set a clear roadmap to achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. Our current national determined contribution reflect our pledge to reduce carbon emissions by 15% by 2030 and 25% contingent to additional financial and technology support. At the moment, the government is working on updating on development of the new NDC 3.0 that we envision as rather investment plan to guide specifically our further actions in climate change. But at the same time, given that over 80% of our carbon emissions come from the energy sector, for us decarbonization is effectively energy transition. And here we are implementing a number of actions. First, to transition away from fossil fuels, there needs to be a stable and reliable low-carbon source of energy. With President Tokayev's leadership, last year we convened a national referendum on the prospects of nuclear power development in Kazakhstan. As the majority of population supported this initiative, this year we have established a new agency on nuclear power that will be working on the nuclear power development in Kazakhstan. But also this is very reasonable because Kazakhstan produces over 40% of the world's uranium, and tapping on this potential will allow us to move toward the decarbonization goal. But also this is our contribution, very tangible contribution to the global climate efforts, given that about 10% of world's power is produced from nuclear. Second, last year countries have agreed on new collective quantified goal on climate financing. And here, Kazakhstan being a very carbon intensive economy, we started working on just energy transition. Our president has announced that Kazakhstan would be particularly interested to create a country platform on just energy transition. And this is something that we are specifically working on with international financial institutions, because to move on climate action very tangibly and very concretely, we need to have very strong and robust mechanisms. But at the same time, while we're speaking about the energy transition, we shouldn't be leaving people behind. And in Kazakhstan, we have the cities who depend fully on either coal production or other fossil fuel production. And it is our job to make sure to make sure that we are along the way of energy transition, we are also creating the opportunities for other people, new jobs. We are providing the opportunities for reskilling, upskilling, but also we are providing not just any jobs, but at least equivalently paid jobs. So this is very important, and this is something that we are working. Third, of course, there are alternative and renewable energy sources, including hydrogen development. In Kazakhstan we have approved a concept for the development of hydrogen energy until 2030. We are very actively working on renewable energy development. To date, the renewables compose 6.5% of our energy sector, and we are planning to reach at least 15% in energy sector by 2030, and we are very actively working in this direction. But at the same time,
recording stopped.
Thank you. So at the same time, it's not only about climate change, but as previous speakers have highlighted, it is really about the triple planetary crisis that is threatening the well-being of humanity and the planet. And I want to really give you a very bright example. Just recently, in May, I had the pleasure of joining our scientists in a scientific expedition to the Caspian Sea. We don't really speak a lot about the Caspian Sea, but I joined this expedition to study and to learn more about the Caspian seals. Not many people know that in Central Asia there are seals, but we do have seals. And there are several things that we noticed. First, unfortunately, the Caspian Sea is regressing. The level is dropping, and it is impacting the migration routes of the seals. But at the same time, when we saw some of the dead seals, unfortunately, we actually see that their conditions tell us that they are being very negatively impacted by the environmental pollution and environmental situation on the sea. Another thing is that we see that we're actually observing that the population is decreasing very rapidly. In the last 3 decades, their population have decreased from 3 to up to 10 times. And one of the reasons is that they give the birth to puppets on the ice, and unfortunately we are observing that the last several years the temperature is very warm in the Caspian Sea, and the ice sheet is very unstable, and that is also impacting the birth rates. So observing the situation firsthand, we're actually seeing how the biodiversity, pollution, and climate change are so much intertangled and interconnected, and therefore we actually welcome the initiatives to address the triple planetary crisis in their complexity by really providing the comprehensive frameworks to address this. But speaking from Kazakhstan's perspective, we understand that we really need one thing that we can do very tangibly and in short term. We can work on biodiversity conservation specifically, and with that, our president has announced that the creation of the International Biodiversity Conservation Fund that will be working on transboundary and migratory species, and president will be leading this initiative himself. And one of the species that we would like to focus on is actually the Caspian seal, as a flagman species which can really show us the situation on the Caspian Sea in general. We're also working, we have amazing results in biodiversity, in conservation of the Saiga antelope, which in the early 2000s, the number of these antelope was about 25,000. Now it's 4 million. And last year we managed to, our conservation initiative, Altındala, has won the Earthshot Prize for this big achievement, but we would like to really scale up and scale up this experience to other species, like we are doing the reintroduction of the tigers and so on. Coming back to not to the Caspian Sea, but to the climate change, we also have joined the Global Methane Pledge, and we believe that when we are speaking about climate change, we also need to be focusing on short-lived climate pollutants. starting from 2012, Kazakhstan has basically banned gas flaring, and which allowed us to reduce the flaring by over 70% from over 4 BCM to a little bit over 1 BCM in 2024, and we are continuing this effort, and hopefully by COP30 we would be able to also demonstrate some of our results. We are planning on working more specifically on venting. We would like to reduce the methane emissions from venting, but also from leak detection, and we are working on the coal mine methane in mining, agriculture, and landfills. So we believe that especially in oil and gas sector, this is a low-hanging fruit, and definitely we need to tackle it, because up to 67% of our methane emissions in oil and gas sector can be reduced without additional investments, and therefore definitely we think that this is something that needs to be used. And finalizing, I don't want to take too much time because I already took a lot of time. We think that while global climate action and global environmental actions are very important, sometimes global is something that is very difficult to tackle, and therefore we believe that there needs to be a more active regional actions, and that is why our president has initiated conducting next year regional ecological summit in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations that will take place in Kazakhstan. And one of the things that we have been thinking about while preparing this summit is not only to gather together and exchange the ideas on what is happening in triple planetary crisis and in climate change, but also to really come up with very concrete mechanisms and tools and solutions that can help the region of Central Asia to really very tangibly move forward with our actions, be it in climate change, energy transition, or biodiversity conservation. In conclusion, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Finnish chairpersonship once again for excellent organization of this event, as well as OSCE and all participating states for their unwavering support and close collaboration. I'm convinced that together we can create a more sustainable, secure and resilient OSCE region. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to interesting discussions and exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sofia, and thank you especially about joining the Global Methane Pledge, because as you know, methane is a very potent greenhouse gas. Over a 20-year cycle, it's, I think, 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide, and there's a business case, so thanks. Now I'd like to introduce you to... There's something wrong here, I think. Because it's now Bakit, right? Yes. Sorry, it was my mistake. I'd like to introduce you to the voice of the OSCE, coordinator of OSCE Economic and Environmental Activities, Bakit Jushupov. Where are you? There you are. Ambassador Bakit Jushupov joined the OSCE as a coordinator of the OSCE Economic and Environmental Activities in February 2024. And prior to joining the OSCE, Ambassador Jushupov was also director of the International Organizations Department at the Kyrgyz Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he dealt with issues of cooperation with the UN, the OSCE, and other international organizations. So with now almost 2 decades of diplomatic experience, he joined the diplomatic service in 2008, and he also served as ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic to Hungary, Slovenia, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic. So you are also an EU connoisseur. Very good. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, dear colleagues, guests. It's a great honor to be here with you today. I would like to thank the government of Finland as chairman in office for hosting this timely and important conference. The first OSCE high-level conference on climate change in 2023 marked a milestone in our work on climate and security. Last year, Malta advanced the dialogue in Valletta, and I would like to commend Finland for keeping this topic high on the OSCE's agenda. We are here today to discuss one of the most pressing risks to security. Climate change is far more than just an environmental issue. It endangers lives, livelihoods, and ultimately the stability of the countries and entire regions. And let us not forget that not everyone is affected equally. Women, youth, the elderly, the people with disabilities often carry an outsized burden. Across the OSCE region, we are already seeing the consequences of this interplay between climate and security risks. Climate-induced water scarcity is fueling competition over shared natural resources, increasing the risk of tension and political instability. Climate change is also reshaping human mobility, potentially increasing the risks of social tensions and cross-border instability. The OSCE Ministerial Council has repeatedly highlighted the importance of the climate mobility nexus for comprehensive security. Extreme weather events compound vulnerabilities, strain institutions, and put pressure on the energy sector. This is particularly concerning for the OSCE since incidents of extreme weathers, including floods and wildfires, have quadrupled in Europe since 1980. In 2022, according to the Climate Risk Index, 6 of the 10 countries most affected by the extreme weather events were located in the OSCE area. Just 2 weeks ago, I attended the International Conference on Glaciers Preservation in Dushanbe, where the message was clear. We need to scale up our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while also supporting communities to adapt. Armed conflicts further compound these challenges, as the war in Ukraine so clearly demonstrates. In 2023, experts estimated the environmental costs of the war at around 90 billion USD. That figure has likely risen considerably, and yet the true scale of environmental damage may not be known for years or decades until after the conflict ends. As you know, last year, my office supported a preliminary assessment of environmental impacts of the war. It found widespread harm across every sector. Forests are scorched, rivers polluted, water management systems disrupted, and rural lands degraded and contaminated with landmines. Even nuclear facilities are damaged, exposing populations to unprecedented risks. The military activities undermine Ukraine's ability to monitor environmental change and leave communities defenseless against increasingly frequent and intense extreme weather events, as well as causing an increase in greenhouse gas emissions that jeopardize global climate objectives. Jointly with our partners, relevant international organizations, we have identified a number of pathways to reinforce Ukraine's capacity to recover. Enhancing environmental governance, strengthening data monitoring and management, as well as accelerating the energy transitions are key areas for action. A green and climate-resilient reconstruction is critical, not only to recover what was lost, but also to ensure long-term security and stability. In this sense, our work in Ukraine and other parts of the OSCE region directly reflects the OSCE's comprehensive approach to security, as well as the 2021 OSCE Ministerial Council decision on strengthening cooperation to address the challenges of climate change. In line with our mandate, my office strengthens resilience, builds confidence, and promotes cross-border cooperation. We provide political platforms for actors to come together who do not often sit at the same table. Allow me to give some more examples of the OSCE's work on climate change, the environment, and security. In Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, the South Caucasus, and Central Asia, our flagship project on strengthening responses to security risks from climate change raises awareness, develops capacities of key stakeholders, and promotes collaboration on climate and security risk reduction measures. Based on participatory assessment and its collaboration, and in collaboration with the relevant authorities and stakeholders, we have developed strategies for cooperation to address the most pressing climate-related security risks. This includes the prevention of illegal logging, wildfire management, and natural resource management in high mountain areas. We firmly believe that joint adaptation measures within and across borders can help to build mutual confidence, contribute to good relations among neighbors, and ultimately increase trust, stability, and security. In Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, we are launching a major transboundary water project in the Dniester River Basin in collaboration with UNDP and UNECE. It demonstrates the power of water diplomacy as a platform for trust, cooperation, and the reduction of shared risks. Earlier, I noted the vulnerability of the energy sector to climate impacts. Across Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the Mediterranean region, my office is helping partners to mitigate climate change threats to critical energy infrastructure, including through actionable, downscaled climate data and by building the capacity of authorities to adapt energy plans accordingly. Across our work, we prioritize the effective participation of women and gender-responsive action. This is not a box-ticking exercise. Equal opportunities and activities tailored to distinct needs of different population groups are crucial for sustainable results. In Central Asia and Afghanistan, our Women in Water Management Network is equipping women to become leaders in water diplomacy, negotiation, mediation, and conflict prevention. We are also investing in the next generation. Through our Drops of the Future initiative, addressing water, food, energy nexus, as well as regional conferences and summer schools, we are raising awareness and developing young people's skills to address climate-related security risks. Dear colleagues, today's conference reminds us that no single entity, no matter how big and powerful, can address the challenges brought on by the interplay of climate change and security on their own. A whole-of-society approach is required, drawing on relevant capacities across governments, businesses, science, and civil society. From data modeling to financing and insurance products, the private sector has immense potential in addressing climate-related security risks. It is a space where we have collectively only scratched the surface, and I look forward to delivering deeper into this topic today. And let us not forget that access to a healthy environment is a human right. Yet, too often, those who defend that right, environmental rights defenders, civil society organizations, journalists, do so at great personal risk. Their protection and meaningful participation in shaping climate and security responses are not a nice to have. They are a prerequisite for effective solutions. Therefore, we need to guarantee basic freedoms, recognize indigenous knowledge, and enhance public access to climate and environmental data. Since 2002, OSCE has been supporting an establishment and operation of the Aarhus centers. And here I'm pleased to inform you that this year we will be hosting next annual meeting of the Aarhus centers in Vienna on October 30 and 31st. All of these elements form a core part of our work in the economic and environmental dimension of the OSCE's comprehensive approach to security. There can be no lasting peace without climate resilience, and cross-border cooperation is a critical building block. Excellencies, dear colleagues, collectively we possess the tools and knowledge to achieve these goals, but sustainable solutions demand that we work together across disciplines, sectors, and borders. We must align our efforts to match the scale, of the challenge. Sufficient, predictable resources are needed to support participating states in addressing the range of security risks stemming from climate change. I'm grateful for all the support to our activities and encourage participating states to use instruments like the Climate and Security Fund to sustain and scale up our joint efforts. Today's conference is an opportunity to take the next steps forward, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bakit. And without much ado, to stay on the program, let me now introduce Victor Andersson, who works as Program Director at Hanna Holmen, the Swedish-Finnish Cultural Center since 2019, which we just heard also in the speech. In this role, he's responsible for the center's mission to develop and strengthen cooperation between Sweden and Finland in all sectors of society. And prior to Hanna Holmen, Victor worked for 15 years in various positions at the Helsinki City Hall, also serving most recently advisor to the mayor. Victor, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends. It's a distinct honor to welcome you all to Hanna Holmen, the Swedish-Finnish Cultural Center. We gather today in a place shaped by dialogue, understanding, and the enduring conviction that security in all its dimensions begins with cooperation. And indeed, here at Hanna Holmen, we believe that cooperation, especially between Sweden and Finland, can move mountains. Unfortunately, the weather is still something that we cannot influence, so I apologize for the rain. As mentioned by Minister Elina Valtonen, this year marks the 50th anniversary of both the Helsinki Final Act and the founding of Hanna Holmen. These milestones are not only concurrent, they are also deeply connected in spirit and purpose. In 1975, as nations converged in Helsinki to sign what would become one of the foundational documents of post-war diplomacy in Europe, Hanna Holmen was simultaneously born out of a parallel impulse, desire to build enduring connections, not just between states, but between societies, peoples, and cultures. The Helsinki Final Act introduced a bold, comprehensive concept of security, one that integrated political, military, economic, environmental, and human rights dimensions. It was a framework that insisted sustainable peace is possible, and it must be nourished through respect, transparency, and inclusiveness. Looking at the world today, it appears more than evident that we are in dire need of a similar spirit. Hanna Holmen, with its roots in the same societal context as the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, has for 5 decades fostered dialogue between Finland and Sweden, between North and South, between policy and culture, between ideas and action. Most importantly, however, I want to emphasize Hanna Holmen's ambition to bring together perspectives from academia, business life, civil society and politics, a comprehensive approach which has been defining for the way we work and think at Hanna Holmen from the very start. Hanna Holmen is a bridge, physical and metaphorical, and today it serves as a natural setting for the crucial conference of Finland's OSCE Chairpersonship, placing climate and security where it belongs, at the heart of our collective agenda. Just as the Helsinki Final Act challenged us to think beyond conventional notions of peace, today we are challenged to rethink today's topic. Let us be inspired of the vision of 1975 by those who believed that even amid Cold War tension, nations could sit together and carve out common ground. That same determination must now guide our response to the climate crisis, and indeed all the other current global problems as well. This conference is an opportunity not only to deepen our understanding of the environmental consequences of conflict, but also to build mechanisms of cooperation that extend beyond governments. We must unleash the potential of the whole of society approach engaging business, civil society, academia, and other critical actors in the Hanaholmen spirit. Because only together can we build resilience that lasts. Hanaholmen stands today not only as a symbol of bilateral friendship, but also as a platform for broader international cooperation. It is a place for dialogue when the world seems divided, for nuance when the narrative is polarized, and for innovation when old solutions fall short. It is therefore fitting that as we look ahead to the next 50 years, we do so at Hanaholmen, where culture policy and sustainability meet. We are extremely proud and grateful to be a part of Finland's OSCE Chairpersonship year through this conference and other coming events. I wish us all fruitful discussions, courageous thinking, and renewed partnerships throughout this important day, in the spirit of Hanaholmen, mentioned here earlier during the first session. Thank you very much, and once again, welcome to Hanaholmen.
Thank you, Victor. And now we have the first session. It's the first thematic session dedicated to the environmental and climate-related consequences of conflict and war. The OSCE, along with many other actors, is actively monitoring and assessing the environmental damage caused by Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Yet further international cooperation is needed for sustainable reconstruction. To guide us through this session, I'm happy to introduce you to the moderator of the next session, Heidi Hautala. She's the former Vice President of the European Parliament and a long-term MEP, former member of Finnish Parliament and Minister for Development Cooperation and State Ownership and Steering. Heidi, may I please invite you to the stage? And please give her a hand.
Good morning. We will indeed open this first session by taking a direct online contact to Ukraine. And we will have the pleasure to hear from Bohdan Vihor, who is, among other things, the country director of WWF and very much involved in all deliberations on the environmental consequences of the war in Ukraine. And he has also very much coordinated the civil society input to all these questions. So, Bohdan, good morning. It's great to see you. And of course, we are sorry that you cannot be here this morning with us. But tell me, just to sort of, before I give you the floor for about 8 minutes, how was last night in Ukraine?
Last night was more or less okay, very short air alarm, but night before it was total disaster, and it was the most massive attack of Russia on Ukraine and also on the peaceful citizens of Kiev city, and result of this massive drone attack, one of the biggest in history, plenty of people lost their lives.
Sorry to hear that. It's nothing unusual, a morning report from Ukraine. Now, I also have a great pleasure to invite Christina Hook here with us. Christina is a great expert of Ukrainian environmental situation also in this conflict. And I'm aware that Christina has just arrived from a 5-week field mission to Ukraine. Christina is also assistant professor of conflict management at Kennesaw State University from the US. She's a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center as well. So good morning and welcome to Espoo. Then Samir Lemesh, who is he represents the Aarhus Center of Zenica. And we've already heard from the OSCE about the Aarhus Convention, which is the 3 pillars of public participation in environmental matters. We will see how it works in a situation of conflict. Samir is also professor at the University of Zenica in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So now let's turn to Bohdan. And so how do you see now the state of the environment, which has been, some people say, a silent victim of the war? Now, how do you see the situation after more than 3 years, 3.5 years of war, the environmental consequences becoming ever more steep and large?
Yeah, you are right. Nature is a silent victim of war, and unfortunately, nature has any borders. And I would like to ask technicals to show the first slide of my presentation to show you and demonstrate you figures which spoke more than me in terms of those devastating impact of Russian invasion of Ukraine and the impact on environment. So in terms of the impact of a war on the environment, I would like to state that near 3 million hectares of Ukrainian forest affected by war. But what does it mean? It means that Ukraine lost capacity to operate in those forests, and also it's affected the vulnerable group of people which was dependent on these forests also. And it also has effect on biodiversity as well. Because Russian invasion of Ukraine caused extinction of some rare species in Ukraine. For example, there is in the Risa National Nature Park near Kyiv, there was bison population, but after the occupation, any male bison like there, so they were killed. And if we do nothing, this bison herd are sentenced to extinction. And in addition to that, we also have tremendous pollution of the Ukrainian ecosystem because almost all river basins are polluted by different varieties of hazardous toxic contamination, which caused damage not only to the biodiversity, but may affect people well-being as well. And is not all, because as the result of the Russian aggression, plenty of waste was created as a result of the destruction. And of course, it has a negative impact on environment. In addition to that, that war led to a release of over 250 million tons of CO2 equivalent, which has transpondary effect as well. And Ukraine also lost arable lands due to pollution and also due to mining. So the total area which is mined in Ukraine, it's over 140 kilometers square, which equal to food production to feed 100 million people. And this also has a transpondary effect as cause lack for accessible food also in countries which depended from the grain from Ukraine. And this is indirect consequences of war, because in those countries which has limited access to cheap food from Ukraine, like in Africa and Asia, they turn to destroy biodiversity-rich area in their homeland. And this is exact impact of the war worldwide. So in general, it is like key highlights in terms of the environmental impact of the war on the environment in Ukraine, but also worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bohdan. Could I ask you, how much has the attention lately been on the environmental side of the conflict, for instance, within the administration? You remember that we have produced within the high-level working group of the environmental consequences of the war in Ukraine, kind of an environmental compact. And it very quickly turned into an action plan in the presidential administration and around it. And now I hear that it is virtually forgotten. So does this mean that when the situation gets more serious and the military price is higher and higher, then environment gets lost in this?
Sorry, there was issue with connection. It is question to me, right?
Yeah, the question is to you, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think the environmental compact is a great ground document. And it's not only about the impact of war on environment, it goes beyond. And it goes to the sustainable post-war recovery and what Ukraine will do with everything which war cost. Cost to people, to nature, and to infrastructure. And I think environmental compact relates to the very key issue. It's general resilience of Ukraine and general security of Ukraine, because environmental security is a foundation for general resilience of the country and nature related sectors of economy. And if you're talking about this document, I would like to highlight the third pillar, which is related to the green recovery of Ukraine and how it should happen, because it is foundation of further economic growth of Ukraine. As example of the Finland, because Finnish economy has great dedication and contribution to sustainability agenda and green transition. So Ukraine could follow this example. And I would like technicals to show the second slide in terms of the key focuses which should be considered under this document, environmental compact, and also things which is related to the pillar 3, sustainable and green recovery. And here, if we think in terms of the post-war recovery, economic recovery of Ukraine, environmental security, we should also consider that in any other decision, we should implement principle of do no significant harm, which will make us closer to the EU. As it's part of EU legislation. And here we should remember that in any case, we should consider environmental consequences of the development of the country, which means we should mainstream nature into infrastructure development. Of course, the key process in Ukraine will be post-war recovery and EU integration, which means that in our approach, Ukrainian government, society should support these EU integration initiatives and implement best practices which exist worldwide, especially in Europe. And I knew Finland is quite advanced in terms of the environmental agenda and climate. So this knowledge and expertise should be transferred from EU developed countries into Ukraine, and it would create opportunities of business abroad to support sustainable and green recovery of Ukraine, which is also related that investment policy which supports such solution should be developed and attract business from Europe to support sustainable and green recovery of Ukraine. And of course, it leads to the pragmatic implementation of such approach, because we will consider environmental component in infrastructure development, and we could implement such innovative projects in Ukraine, like building a linear transport infrastructure, which exclude negative impact on biodiversity. As you may see on the slide, there is viaduct, the solution which allow to support ecological connectivity and support biodiversity. So this is a real way to make Ukrainian post-war recovery green and sustainable. And here, civil society could support Ukrainian government and partners in terms of delivering such result, because there is plenty of work in Ukraine to be done, and we need joint efforts for this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bogdan. I hope you can stay online, because there will be certainly questions to you and you can interact with our other speakers. But let me just sort of draw together the last remark you made, that what is needed is an integrated approach to development, climate and environment. And let's remember what Zulfia Suleymanova said a moment ago. She was speaking about how closely climate change and biodiversity are interconnected. And that this mainstreaming approach should dominate the recovery efforts. We'll come back to those. So thanks, Bogdan, and talk to you soon again. So, Christina, how does the situation to you look like, and what are your experiences due to your extensive field experience also from Ukraine?
Well, thank you. And it is a privilege and a pleasure to be here. It's also a pleasure to go after my colleague, Bodan. Can you hear me? Because I knew that he would bring us rich details on the current context. And so my self-appointed task is to have a brief remark about what do we do with these details? How can we organize these details into decision making? And I know that I'm in a room full of decision makers, including the action plan that was discussed. But as we keep moving forward with momentum on this, as we keep making sure that our analysis is keeping up with Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, what should we think about? And so for me, returning from these past 5 weeks, there's a kind of consistent framework in my mind to organize. And so the first is, what are the arenas of Russia's harm, particularly environmental harm in Ukraine? And so they're all connected. But for the purpose of recovery, how can we think about what the soil needs, what the waterways need, what the forest needs, what the large territory of Ukraine needs? Now, the environment also connects in my mind to the built environment. And I think the built environment is such an important phrase for me because it reminds us that we humans are shaped by the environment and we are also shaping it. And so Ukraine is a context where beginning my research on environmental issues caused by Russia's war in about 2017 or 18, from the start in eastern Ukraine and now spread, we've seen this war unfold in heavily urbanized areas, in sites that are fragile due to Soviet nuclear heritage, and we've seen just this risk and these concerns spread. Beyond the arenas, we can also think about the time frame of this conversation, what we need to do urgently. Also, what are the longer term risks? So when we think about the time frame, I think of environmental harm in terms of dose. That is, what is the intensity of this particular environmental harm that is impacting a population, and how long were they exposed to it? I will tell you that I think, echoing Bodan's remarks, there is something that is very visceral about understanding Russia's intent to target Ukrainian civilians after my 5 weeks there and being with infants for prolonged periods of time in bomb shelters. And so when I think about pre-existing vulnerabilities, I think of childhood development, or I think about the adult population that has health risks like chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. And I particularly do think of those infants because we have had situations where infants have passed away, and there is belief by the doctors that this was connected to short-term environmental harm. So I bring that up because we always talk about the environment, what is happening with Russia's war, how do we recover from it? And when we think about the healthcare system moving forward, I think that the conversation of the environment and health and rebuilding the healthcare system to accommodate these health risks will be part of that. And then finally, just thinking about the victims. So I do think that it is important just to acknowledge that the Ukrainian people are on the front line of the struggle for what I would say is European and transatlantic and global freedom, including freedom from atrocity crimes. I think that also it's very important to kind of echo the point that the environment does not necessarily recognize the same national boundaries that we do, that these are risks to European biodiversity, to global food security, echoing what has been addressed. And I think that brings me to the next point that I wanted to kind of conclude these opening remarks with. When we think about the environment in terms of environmental crimes, when we think of the environment not just being collateral damage or even degraded, but when we think about the environment as a tool of military control or as a purposefully targeted victim in its own right, this reminds me to the principles of international law, which are ergos omnes, these are crimes against all. And so how do we think conceptually about environmental crimes? And so pointing out, I feel very privileged to be frequently in spaces with Ukrainian investigators, with people doing the monitoring plan that also the OSCE has taken on, with environmental teams that are there. We've just come from a big symposium in Ukraine, collecting some of this evidence, looking at what we have. And I think what I would say is that we can see a clear pattern of not just the environment being collateral damage, of not just the environment being degraded, as some of the robust monitoring programs that Ukraine had were disrupted beginning in 2014 and then carrying over into 2022, but we can see environmental crimes as linked to Moscow's broader strategy of trying to control and destroy Ukraine's independence, their ability to have a healthy, safe, prosperous future in their own homeland. And so it is important to pause and talk about the language of environmental crimes. I mentioned some of those investigative teams, and it was so striking for me that within the first 15 months of the full-scale invasion, there were 2,400 environmental crimes documented. And I think that this is very, very important to come back to this word that I think really resonated with me from Bohdan's remarks, which was this word deliver. So when we think about policy conversations, we do talk about the need for us to deliver for the populations that we represent. And we often talk about that in the language of social services, or let's say even clean drinking water. But also when we have a context like Russia's illegal, unprovoked war of aggression, when it has taken place in a context where this is one of the most documented wars in history, and where the specific monitoring of willful environmental crimes has been a part of that, I do think that delivering accountability is a big part of how we should conceptualize the policy process here. And I bring that up because we are in a changing security environment. The last thing I'll say is the clear link in my own mind to the environment and to security. So we are facing now, kinetic, hot warfare on the European continent. There are also conversations that I hear more and more and more about longer-term threats of not just overt kinetic warfare, but perhaps more shadowy, hidden sabotage forms or acts of aggression. And so when we think about the environment, that credible deterrent effect for both the crimes that occurred very openly in a kinetic war will, to my mind, be a critical part of making sure that the environment doesn't become part of either another kinetic warfare or also part of the other security risks that we face, this kind of shadowy forms of aggression. So to my mind, recognizing the environment as not just collateral damage, not just a passive actor, but also very much a targeted victim, and then keeping our eye focused on accountability as part of upholding those security principles, this for me is something that I've very much walked away from the past few weeks with.
Thank you very much, Christina. So you're inviting us to consider that, in fact, environment could be a sort of target, one of the targets in this multifaceted war, not just the collateral damage. And thank you very much for bringing up the question of accountability and the evolution of how we look at environmental crime. Let me just ask you, before I hand over to Samir, how do you see the possibilities today to define ecocide in international law with due consequences in terms of accountability, serious environmental crime?
So this is a word that has been dominating so many of the spaces that I'm lucky to be in. And I first want to just acknowledge the work of Ukrainian civil society here. It's extraordinary to me. This has particularly galvanized after specific acts of warfare and aggression in Ukraine, such as the explosion of the Novokakhovka Dam. And I want to point out that I start with acknowledging Ukrainian civil society, because sometimes pushing for a term in international law means that you are planting the trees, the shade of which you might not yourself sit under. We don't often go back retroactively for some of these things. And so in the international sphere, I look at Ukrainian civil society and a variety of experts as champions not just of their own rights, but of global rights in this issue. Now, that being said, there are also other forms of laws that exist in Ukrainian domestic law and that other forms of international acts where Russia's environmental crimes can be prosecuted now. But I think that this is a moment where, as I tried to say, if we have all of these willful acts occurring in a very documented way, in a very open way, and we're not able to kind of cross the finish line of accountability, that sets us up for an instability dynamic that I think we will look back on and wish that we had done more in this particular moment that we're living in.
Thank you very much for that, Christina. So now I already mentioned that Samir Lemesh is an expert of the Aarhus Convention, which was a milestone among international treaties. I think it was particularly prevalent in Central and Eastern Europe and Central Asia, also Latin America, and not to mention the EU countries. But how does this whole question of conflict and environment, climate look to you if you look at it from the point of view of public participation and transparency and accountability?
Well, the first pillar of the Aarhus Convention is access to information. And war and military operations clearly set some limits to the access to this information, some obstacles because of the military security. Sometimes it's misused. When the government declares public interest on something, then the government can hide some information which can impact the environment, which can be used by the activists, by environmental defenders. And without information, you have no weapon to defend the environment. For example, you have limited data about the emissions. Sometimes illegal substances are used in military operations, such as poison gases, radioactive materials, and there is no trace, there is no document information about it. Then the locations of the point sources of pollution sometimes are hidden because of the security reason, because it can be some military object, and you have to protect it from the enemy. Then you have inaccessible locations because of the landmines, as mentioned by Bogdan. And these are all obstacles to access to information, and without information, proper information, you cannot do much. I'm very glad to hear that Christina mentioned that this Russian aggression to Ukraine was properly documented. So I hoped that this documentation will be used in implementing the third pillar of the Aarhus Convention, access to justice, but we'll see what will happen. So I have experience from the Bosnia-Herzegovina 30 years ago. No one really was thinking about environmental protection when you have bombs above your heads. You are thinking how to survive. But it's very important to access to this information and to document it well, in order to have justice and to document the crimes.
Thanks very much. And that leads to a question that what and which international organizations and entities are now involved in documenting and monitoring the consequences on environment of this war, and is this effective, and is it leading to some sort of key recommendations? Maybe let's turn to Bogdan again. He's online, and so what would you say about the international cooperation of the activities of different entities, UN entities, OSCE, others, EU, maybe US is involved as well? Is it effective?
I think different entities do great job in terms of the collecting data, but in my personal opinion, there should be much more coordination in terms of why they are doing this measurement and what we will do with those data in the future. Because if we simply just do the impact of war on the environment, measure the contamination and so on, what else? Of course, in the frame of environmental compact, it is considered that those data will go to the case against Russia and making them accountable for those damage make to the environment, but meanwhile, the strong coordination is needed in terms how we use this data in terms of next steps. For example, developing protocols for nature restoration after the war or mitigation measures. And here we need strong leadership in terms of the coordinating efforts of all organizations working in Ukraine. And I think this issue should be addressed properly to create special entity maybe or special representatives who will be responsible for coordination of those activities between international organizations, civil society, but also state bodies. And it will create great added value to the environmental compact under President Zelensky peace formula, and also to the long-term impact in terms of building strong mitigation and restoration measures in the future. Thank you.
What would Christina and Samir say about the coordination and what kind of expectations there are?
This is an excellent question, and I find myself echoing a lot of what Bohdan just said. I found myself, I mentioned that I was in a symposium where we were getting together many people working on these teams doing documented work. And what sitting in that room also made me realize is all of the projects I didn't know about. And that was a little bit of a, maybe a self-indictment, but possibly also for the field, because there is this feeling of running many, many miles every minute. And also, if people who are working full-time in the documenting space aren't aware of each other's work, does that mean that, for example, if there is a policy person knowing the right person to call, or how we can maximize efforts, particularly when funding is scarce for many of these things. And so it has always been about doing the good work of documentation, but then also maximizing those efforts of coordination. And there, I do think that conveners, leaders, people that ask for deadlines associated with a collaborative report or that put people in the same room are indispensable. It's a forcing function to help people get to know each other, help people get to share their work. And so, you know, it's just a temptation I can't resist, but to say that many people in this room play that role, and it's very welcomed and can continue to play that role.
I may want to specify a little bit my question to you, Samir. Now, when we talk about the recovery, and that's one of the topics that we are supposed to discuss now, so do you see that in this conflict, maybe you have experience from other conflicts, that public participation is somehow forgotten, and all these ideas of planning carefully, doing strategic environmental impacts to really understand what options are available, which alternatives would do the most benefit. And so when I'm thinking about this mineral agreement between the US and Ukraine, I confess I get a little worried, because I'm not sure that at a very high level this kind of principles are taken into account.
Well, of course, there is no public participation in this case. So it's these negotiations between the governments who will support the other country. They are led behind the closed doors. We only receive some results, and sometimes we have conflicting information. You have information that someone promised the resources to pay for the support, and who asks the people who will be affected for that. Now there is a Critical Mineral Resources Act of the European Union, and there is urgent need for the critical minerals which are closer than those coming from the Far East or Africa or South America. So European Union is doing a lot, putting a lot of efforts to find these minerals closer. So, but of course, everything is explained that it will be under the highest environmental standards, the environmental issues will be taken care of, but this is not the case. You have another player here. These are international corporations. They're not part of the international treaties. international treaties cover countries, but corporations, there are those who are there for the profit, and they will come and they will extract it, and public participation is absent totally. So it's very important to include public participation and to this is the basis of democracy, to ask people, are they really willing to give up the natural resources of the country to provide the help and military support? So it's really a tough question, and I don't know the answer.
I think we need to turn to Bohdan, because now Samir mentioned the business activities, the investments, and do you see that there's any hope that some principles of responsible business conduct would be followed in this kind of agreements? I'm not sure that the Critical Raw Materials Act of the EU is very helpful, because the Commission can take non-transparent decisions about strategic objects, whether within the EU or with in third countries. So what to do?
It's a very interesting question, honestly, but to be pragmatic, I think Ukraine is moving towards EU integration, which means Ukraine should implement principles and law which exist in the European Union. And on my opinion, there is a very good principle called do not significant harm, which means that we should avoid any harm to the nature. But I would like to be very specific here, because of course, there is area where economical activity is needed and will be vital for the further post-war recovery of Ukraine. But meanwhile, there will be so-called red areas where any economical activity is possible. And here I would like to refer to the biodiversity-rich areas in Ukraine or protected areas. And to avoid potential negative impact on those areas, the proper efforts should be taken in terms of the proper mapping, protocoling, and including georeference data in the databases to avoid potential negative impact on the environment. And of course, letting investors know that this area has high value in terms of biodiversity, and their economical activities there will create reputational risks for them, and also a legislation risk for them, because honestly, Ukraine is developing democracy and there might be some corruption-related risk to natural resources. But anyway, Ukraine should develop clear mapping of areas for which any mining is strictly prohibited to avoid potential risk for business who will be interested to invest in the mining in Ukraine. Thank you.
Christina, do you have observations of this?
I think I might take this opportunity to just emphasize a few thoughts for recovery. The first is picking up on my thread of the day, which is security. So this panel is really connected to the environment and security. And so I think that one of the lessons that we can learn from Ukraine is that energy diversification, including some of the hopes and the plans and the conversations around green energy, are very much a part of diversifying Ukraine's energy system, which has been so heavily targeted by Russia in many acts of war crimes. I think that also we can again come back to this point with recovery of the connection of people to the environment. So I was thinking about this beautiful landscape and some of the conversations I've already had about childhood memories and the beautiful forests we have outside. Probably all of us have these memories of very formative events in our lives that were in some ways playing out against the environment we lived in. And so when we think about recovery, when we think about the recovery of Ukraine's environment, there are ways that I think tending to the environment can help people indirectly to feel again that they are having control over their lives, they're being able to nurture the environment. There are also programs going on in Ukraine that are very interesting that are seeking to do so intentionally. One of them that is very interesting is a plan to transform some of the rubble from, for example, let's say an apartment that Russia has destroyed into usable, certifiable natural cement that can be used to rebuild. And what's very interesting for me about that project, which is an environmentally friendly, environmentally focused project, is that there is a specific role from the start for veterans who want to participate. And so thinking very thoughtfully about how the environment certainly, in my mind, deserves its own prioritization, its own conference like today, and should never be pushed aside. We had that theme in our conversation. We always regret pushing the environment away. So it needs to be very much its own priority. However, we can also bring it strategically into these conversations of security, into these conversations of social healing and resilience in Ukraine. And I think there's lessons for all of us in other countries as well, too.
So creating new sustainable jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Now, I think we could afford a few questions from the participants. But honestly, the light is so sharp that I hardly see anyone. So maybe someone can help to collect the questions. So I try my best, but I'm not objective. I'm not impartial because I don't see everyone. So, okay, I think the hand on the last row was the first. Yeah, so please be very specific. Maybe you can address just one of the panelists, and especially don't make statements. Just ask a question, please.
Sure, thank you. Carl Allerstedt, I'm from the European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. And my question relates to something that was touched upon by a number of the panelists, and I'm thinking of agricultural export, which of course is very important for Ukraine, and the fact that you're having the destruction of land, but you're also having the contamination of water and sort of toxic materials. So what I'm specifically interested in, if anyone can answer, is how has the agricultural export actually been affected? And not only in terms of the volume, but I mean, is there also a kind of a confidence problem in buying Ukrainian agricultural products because of worry of contamination, which of course could be very serious for Ukraine?
Thank you for a very condensed and understandable question. So who will be next? Okay, a gentleman here on the third row. Are there any women who want to speak, perhaps? Because I heard there are lots of women in research circles because all the men are on the front in Ukraine. So,
if I may, Nikolai Mironov, Russian Federation. I would like to ask a question about relation, low intensity, in fact, conflict around Ukraine and climate change. What is an impact on climate change of this conflict? I saw this fantastic figure. 250 million tons of CO2 equivalent. It's clear that it's not the fact, it's some imagination in order to receive some funds from Russia probably in the future. For example, we had a very huge conflict of Second World War. How it influenced climate change? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a third gentleman on the third last row. Yes, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you for today's excellent discussion. This first panel was really amazing, really thought-provoking, and I'm really impressed. And I have two questions to Mr. Victor Vicker and Madam Hook. The first one is to Mr. Vicker. I heard so many things, and I know I learned so many things what OSCE and what the participating states are doing, especially my country is doing to assist Ukraine. And my question was, how do you see how more we can help to you because to overcome those burdens of war, especially with regards to environment. And a second question to Madam Hoog. You mentioned about this notion of ecocide. It was as I'm a lawyer, it's very interesting for me. And in this context, I would like to emphasize this notion of third generation of human rights. And those are rights to safe environment and to exactly in the context of this war, Russian war of aggression, how do you see how possible development of international jurisprudence can impact this development of this notion on prevention of that? And yes, and one more thing. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mars Krauser from Latvian delegation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So in order to have answers, I will turn to our panelists, and then we will still have the word from the perspective of the UN Security Council. Hybrid threats, are they threatening, or agricultural exports, contamination, is this an issue? Who wants to answer this? One answer. Christina?
Sure, I can jump in. So this is a fascinating question. I would love to see some empirical data on it because I don't have that in front of me. I'll speak in principle. I think that this is, maybe I'll just connect the first and the last question. So there has been this idea of what more can be done to help. Actually, we even had a question about reparations introduced here. So when we think about environmental harm, when we think about how do we make right the situation that occurred, including criminal actions, maybe part of this process will be documenting not just the direct environmental harm, but the economic impact in creative ways, which would include any perceptions. And that would take quite a large, actually, polling project to try and capture some of that in an empirical way that you would need to make it right. Yeah, without having the facts in front of me, I can't speak to that. But I think that these are the kind of questions that we need to make sure that we are having a conversation about before we send some of these monitoring assessments out, including creative ideas like that. That will be very important later down the road in terms of reparations or accountability.
Well, I can add just one thing because there is no simple answer to all these questions, but in seeking for answers, maybe it's best to follow the money. So who earns from it, who benefits from it, and then you can follow where to act. Because whenever someone suffers, someone else's benefits on the account of on these suffers. So suffering people, suffering environment, someone benefits from it, otherwise they would never attack. So the accountability is the key issue. To have the accountability, first we have to have internationally recognized legal system. We have cases where, for example, international courts on war crimes is not accepted by all countries. So this makes no sense. So in that way, these countries can do whatever they want. If we have it, then we need the second layer is the documentation, because there is no crime if there are no documents. Even though it's obvious, no, there is no case, the lawyers know that. So follow the money, try to strengthen the international legal system, and then provide the documents, and then it's possible to follow.
Comes to my mind that it took quite many years for Ukraine to ratify the ICC Convention of International Criminal Court, but it did, because obviously the damage to the environment is also something that has motivated here, because Ukraine has in its national legislation the concept of ecocide, however that is defined. There were a few other questions about the role of OSCE states and OSCE, because we are in an OSCE chairpersonship conference, so that's something that we cannot bypass. Any suggestions, any observations? Maybe Bohdan, actually that was also to you.
Yeah, I think OSCE could take leadership in terms of environmental security here in Ukraine, as this issue quite relevant to general security of the country and country resilience. And honestly, in terms of the next steps and why it is crucial to take such leadership, Ukraine is an economy which is based on natural resources, and if we mitigate sustainably and manage those natural resources in proper way, it will provide security to national economy as well. but also will be ground of the well-being of Ukrainians. And I think it is important to start this process and proactively engage here in Ukraine, because there is opportunity to transfer those knowledge which exist worldwide into Ukraine and build on the solid foundation, not starting from scratch, but use those which already exist and those quite developed experience which exist outside of Ukraine should be transformed into knowledge in Ukraine and enrich here, because Ukraine could also provide a lot of source and information which could be used, such organization as OSCE in its operation worldwide, to be quite fast in terms of response on different varieties of challenges, especially those which caused in the war and fragile conflict states. Thank you.
Bogdan, do you see that so far the EU accession process is helpful in dealing with the environmental consequences of this war?
It's very interesting question. Honestly, of course, Ukraine...
Is it a tricky question?
Absolutely, because you know, environmental issue is transsectoral because it is related to the general economy transformation. It is related how economy operates in general. For example, how agro sector operates, how energy sector operates, how any other sectors in Ukraine operates. And of course, it's not really easy to implement all those advanced technologies in Ukraine, because it's quite complicated at this stage, because we are a country in the war. We have tremendous damage to the economy, to the ecosystem, and also we are in process of EU integration. But meanwhile, implementation and mainstreaming nature and environmental components into reform agenda in Ukraine will provide greater contribution to EU accession of Ukraine and speed up this process, on my opinion.
Thanks, Bogdan. Now I think it's our turn to Satu Suikkari-Kleven to say a few words to close this session from the perspective of the UN Security Council.
Thank you so much, and thank you for including the UN in the discussion. We always sort of emphasize the need for the UN and the regional organizations to cooperate closely together, and I think this is very much one of those things when this cooperation is very much needed. So, as you know, UN Security Council is sort of the principal organ of the UN mandated to maintain peace and security in the world, and the majority, of course, of the work of the Council is concentrated on the specific country situations and concrete measures of what to do in those situations where there is a breach of peace and security or a threat thereof. But it has also done very important work on sort of more thematic issues, where there has been sort of issues that are very, or threats, risks that are relevant in different parts of the world. Risks for individuals or other phenomena that requires sort of a more comprehensive analysis. We've seen very excellent examples is the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda, Children in Armed Conflict, where the Security Council has done like a really thorough analysis of these, of the risks, threats, opportunities related to these, issues, and then set kind of a strong resolutions to guide its work. But then it has gone much beyond. We all know that Women, Peace and Security Agenda is very much alive in the OSCE and the other agendas as well. So and of course, climate impacts of climate change on peace and security is very much a case in point as well. We've heard today as well how the interlinkages are seen in different parts of the world. And the Security Council has been sort of addressing these issues from more or less from 2007 in different forms. it's sort of increasingly recognized that the interlinkages of this issue, and the Secretary General has called in the sort of a new agenda for peace. It has called sort of the Council to systematically address peace and security implications of climate change in the mandates of peace operations, other country or regional situations on the agenda. But also, I think that what has been very important, there's been a group of member states from different parts of the world, really from all parts of the world, who have taken the issue as their heart issue to push the agenda forward within the Council in different ways. There was an attempt also to have a comprehensive, like a resolution, binding resolution on the topic in 2001 by Niger and Ireland, but that wasn't adopted. There was a very strong support for it, but it was vetoed then by Russian Federation. So that wasn't adopted, but a lot has happened before that and since then. So I would like to sort of briefly concentrate on what has been done. So one of the important things for the Council is that it has held open, debates and briefings on the issue, because of course the first thing to do is to get all the facts, all the available analysis on this issue, so that the Council can draw conclusions and recommendations for action. So there have been excellent sessions. Like, for instance, last year there was in the summer there was an informal session on by Slovenia, organized by Slovenia, Guyana, Republic of Korea, and Sierra Leone, on stepping up preventive action from environmental challenges to now I lost my notes somewhere here. To opportunities for peace, sort of a positive twist on the agenda. And then later on in the year, there was a more formal open debate on sort of a maintenance on impact on climate change and food insecurity, on maintenance of international peace and security. So these type of briefings, debates, they bring both UN organizations and regional organizations, representatives working on these issues, but also civil society representatives, people from the field who are directly affected by this. They bring them to the Council for the Council to be properly informed. For instance, the Norwegian Institute of sort of Foreign Policy has made like a good fact sheets on these issues. So, and I think that, one of the sort of the issues that come regularly up is the recognition that the climate change is a threat multiplier, and especially in regions already facing instability or fragility. And like the majority of UN peace operations are in countries that are particularly affected by climate security. So I know we are running out of time, but I just we are. 2-3 more points. So the Council, in addition to this, so the Council has taken sort of a concrete action on integrated these issues into its concrete country-specific action in resolutions on, for instance, on the Democratic Republic of the Congo or West Africa and so forth, recognizing the impact of the climate change in the sort of in the instability and so forth. And I think importantly called for sort of the analysis, that sort of the peace operations and other actors, political actors on the country level, make the analysis of the impacts and so forth. So since we are running out of time, perhaps I should finish. And there are lots of other things that have been done in terms of small expert groups and groups of countries getting together to push the agenda forward and so forth. But and then there's these climate pledges member states are doing. But what I wanted to highlight, perhaps on a little bit of positive note, we have so little positive notes these days, is that one of the findings have been that there are indicators of risks, of threats that can how climate change can sort of raise the risk of conflict or conflict getting worse or other issues, but also that it's not inevitable that the risks don't materialize automatically, that there needs to be human action, for the worst case scenario to become reality. So this means that there is room for prevention.
That's a great ending word from you, I think.
Thank you.
A very positive one. So let's focus on prevention and awareness and foresight. So I want to thank Satu, I want to thank Samir, Christina and Bohdan. And Bohdan, hope to see you live very soon again. Thanks.
Thank you.
So this session is finished. Over to Anthony.
Thank you. So, as you will see in a brief moment, people will frantically remove chairs and tables. There you go. And I was asked to kind of entertain you in the intermezzo before we get an artistic intermezzo. I think, looking back on the panel discussion we had, two things that struck me. One was the notion of ecocide, and the lawyers above you think this is paradise, of course. But ecocide is a very, very interesting concept to show that environmental damage is not just damage and a moral problem, it's a criminal problem. And Philip Sands, perhaps you know him, he's a lawyer, a writer, East-West Street, a book that everyone should read. He's working on this. It's not yet in the Rome Statute, it's not yet internationally recognized, but as you saw after the Second World War, international law developed and evolved, genocide, crimes against humanity, ecocide could be the next thing. And the second point I wanted to take the opportunity is, there's good and bad news, but when it comes to the European Union, forget about all the headlines you read in some press. The EU is staying the course when it comes to its climate and energy transition. We have made a choice for jobs, for our health, and for our security, and there's no going back. And I think it's very important that while the road will be bumpy, and we'll trip and we'll make mistakes, it is very clear for our jobs, for our health, security, where we're going. But the EU is only accounts for 6% of global emissions, so we got to get the other 94% on board as well. But I wanted to take that. Now, we will continue with a musical performance by a young Finnish artist called Vilma Jaa. And Vilma is an ethno-pop artist who combines century-old stories with electronic music. She's a musician, a singer, a composer, a fiddler, and researcher who works in the fields of folk music, pop music, and opera. And I'd like to think that she's kind of a bridge in time from the past to the future. And she'll perform a song called Jäinen Neito, which tells about climate change and how global warming is changing the environment in the Arctic area. So I think everything is set up. So I would just ask you for a very, very loud and warm applause and welcome to Vilma Jaa.
Good morning. Good to be here singing to you about climate crisis. This is my song, Jäinen Neiti, which translates to Icy Maiden.
Jäätiköiden sulavien hyppele ja hyppele viskoo piilua vettä paikoille palanehille tulen huiman polttamille hyppele ja hyppele pakkaset kollat puuhalle seuduille sulanehille keleille kuumenneille. jäätiköiden sulavien. Hyttele ja hyttele misko, piilua vettä paikoille, palanehille, tulen tuiman polttamille. Hyttele ja hyttele, pakkaset kaavat puuhalla seuduille, sulanehille, keleille, kuumenneille. Luupilon läpi ja seinen lävitse, tulipalojen läpi lämminten ilmojen, jäätiköiden sulavien. Hyttele ja hyttele misko, piilua vettä paikoille, palanehille, tulen tuiman polttamille. Hyttele ja hyttele, pakkaset kaavat puuhalla seuduille, sulanehille, keleille, kuumenneille.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vilma, yeah, and your bass electronic. I've never seen that before. I have this doom doom, but that was really cool. So I would like to now introduce another artist. His name is Vinsky Valos. He's a poet. He told me he does many things, but poet is a very important one of them for the last 8 years. He will read now one of his climate poems, after which we'll enjoy our lunch break. And during the breaks, we offer you an opportunity to order a personalized poem by giving a few keywords to Vinsky Valos. He'll be typing the climate poems upstairs on an old brother typewriter, as I think we should do. And you can either wait or collect it later at 15 past 2. And I took I was opportunist because I was up there briefly and I already ordered a poem. So, but it's not this one, right? So this is your own. Please come on stage.
Is this on? So good to see you here, and thank you, Tony, for the introduction. Lovely to be here and have the opportunity to take the lunch break to write to you all. The organizers of the conference asked me to write a poem on green recovery and climate resilience, so I did just that. So this poem here is custom typed for the conference, and you all. I believe you should see it on the screen also, but I will read it to you from the original paper. Recovery and resilience. Who can say when a thing begins? The seed is not the start, nor the bloom the end. A fallen pine is not fallen for long. Its trunk becomes corridor and kitchen. Its bark becomes a ledger for moss, beetle, and bird. A deer is not only one deer. Its shivering muscle and tendon is the shivering and leaping of many. A lethal wound in its side is a pine, and a pine's ledger for moss, beetle, and bird. I do not deny the storm, nor the wound, nor the black and gray smoke rising where trees once held together. But I have walked where the fire passed, and the soil was warm and open like the palm of a hand. I have seen the animals step out of hiding, not as if forgiven, but as if they had never left. As if time was soft and they had merely squeezed through it sideways. The spider spins between two scorched stalks. The wind writes again in the tall grass. There rise green blades of recovery. The soil breathes in rain, breathes out growth. The chest of the soil, its ribs bendy and strong, unwounded yet again. One can say when a brittle and hard thing ends, concrete crumbles under loads and remains dead. Dry earth cracks and blows off with the wind's sweep. Notes of dust suspended on a beam of light and a beam of air, a beam of steel that lets us fall. Who can say when a soft fall ends, the earth falls a circle around the scorched sun, falls up again and again. Thank you. Yeah, so now during the break, I will be receiving you all at the second story lobby. We're at the cafe and drink station. I will have my own little station there with 2 chairs. You can come solo, or if you have a friend or a colleague that you want to share the moment and the poem with, you can come in pairs also. There will be 2 chairs for you all. And like Tony said, you can leave a couple of keywords or also sit around while I write. And we'll see what happens. I hope to give some poetic inspiration and some poetic answers to some of the questions that you might have on nature or climate or any related topics that you've been dealing with during the conference. Yeah, so see you there and have a good break otherwise.
And hopefully find a seat. There's enough, fortunately. I enjoyed the excellent food. I hope you did too, and the views of the Baltic Sea. And you're a bit energized for the second session. Also for those who are online, who I cannot see, but I'm sure you're a lot. So next up, we're diving into the role of business in climate change-related preparedness and resilience work. Because one thing is to tackle the climate crisis, the other one is to adapt and become resilient against the impact that is already coming to us. Finland and Hanna Holman, of which you heard a lot also previously, are really one of the best places to have this conversation, since Finland and its comprehensive and whole-of-government approach is almost in its DNA. And I think you could say it also forms the resilience of Finnish society, and as we know, the Finns are quite resilient. So in this whole of society preparedness, authorities, businesses, civil society organizations, and individual citizens create as much resilience as possible and work together. And I think this is a great example of how countries can create these society-wide systems to protect themselves ahead of time. And I think that's an important message that comes through all the time. It takes a village, but it takes everyone to hold hands and to push, and not just to wait either for the government or for the business, but to do it together. And Hanna Holman, you've heard a lot about it, the spirit of Hanna Holman. And I think that's why also we have Carl Lallerstedt here, who is a senior analyst in the Defense Analysis Division at the Swedish Defense Research Agency. He is currently seconded to the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, and he's also an alumni of the Hanna Holman Civil Defense Program. So I would like to, so we don't lose time, invite Carl to the stage, but also the panelists for the second panel. If you can immediately come on stage, and Carl, you could take it over.
So, is it working? You can hear me? Yep, fantastic, great. So, we have our distinguished panel here, and we're going to do it a little bit different to last time. So the introductions are going to come before the individual presentations. The focus here is whole of society approach. The panelists that we have today, 3 of them are representing the private sector, and we also have the academic research perspective of relevance to that. So we're going to go through each of the individuals. Then what we have as well is a Mentimeter. You will see a number that you can put in on menti.com later on when you respond to the Mentimeter questions. And there will also be opportunities for you in the public to ask questions to our panelists. So we'll kick off. And first we have here, let me look at my cheat sheet so I get everything completely correct. Ulla Heinonen, and she is Director of Green Growth at the Confederation of Finnish Industries, and that is the big umbrella organization for business associations in Finland. And her focus for much of her career has been specifically sustainability and business development. So please, Ulla, take it away.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I would like to mention that we have actually 17 different industry sectors. So we see a very, the kind of a whole business sector approach in our work. So just to kind of start with, how we see in the business sector, how we see this transformation is ahead of us. When we are reaching the sustainable economy, where economy, environments and well-being are in a balance. We see that we have a huge transformation and risks ahead of us. But in the same time, when we are doing the transformation from the energy sector, decarbonizing industry, transport, circular economy, and all this kind of immaterial value creation, how we reduce the use of materials, resource and energy efficiency, it provides a great opportunity for us in a business perspective. So it's a kind of the new driver for operational efficiency, business growth, and also now in the coming or the last years, the resilience aspect has popped in due to the geopolitical situation, corona pandemic. So the kind of a resilience issue as well. So we see that it's a huge business opportunity. In the same time, it creates cost as well. So it's kind of a balance in creating new business and then reducing the risks and dependencies. So how we see kind of what is the business approach to this climate issue and an environmental issue is that we should mitigate the risks and the footprint, and then in the same time, maximize the handprint. What kind of solutions we could offer and what kind of new innovations we could have for tackle these impacts. So it's kind of creating an impact. And this is actually the same approach in Finland, how we have been planning to reduce emissions, and then how we could then have a larger footprint or handprint in a world. So we in Finland actually did a couple of years, 4 years ago, we have this bottom-up approach. So industry sectors, 14 different industry sectors. We have a climate neutrality plan to be a climate neutral by 2035. So how can we reach that? So actually, 14 different industry sectors started to work, that how we can mitigate the impacts and how we can then increase the handprint. And now we updated these roadmaps 1 year ago, after 4 years. And actually, the approach has been very effective, and we have reduced in many sectors more emissions than was planned. Especially the energy sector is in a very crucial role in Finland. Then from the climate perspective of business, when we're going to the business level, the same approach as we are working with the roadmaps is kind of done in all the industries and in companies. So companies are analyzing the dependencies and risk due to the climate and natures, and then preparing and executing these mitigation and adaptation plans. And many of the companies have started with Scope 1 and 2 emissions, so these direct emissions, but they are increasing increasingly focusing on the scope 3, so the kind of indirect impacts, so whole through the value chain. And what are kind of the actions then is to increase the resource efficiency, diversifying suppliers, raw materials, and energy sources. And at the same time, when we are reducing the climate risks, we are actually reducing resilience risks. And then, on the other hand, as said in the beginning, we see that this is a business opportunity. There's a huge demand for new innovations and investments. So this handprint side comes there also in the roadmaps and also in the business sector. So what kind of new possibilities this offers for us? Is there new innovations, new ecosystems, new value chains, new supply chains that we need to adapt or find new possibilities, and then new materials and services? And then it was mentioned already in the beginning, the whole Finnish whole society approach, but the business sector is working there as well. One is this economic resilience that we are building with these, that we are reducing the risks in the business sector and be more adaptable for the impacts. It's also that business sector provides this critical infrastructure, energy, transport, and communications, and then at the same time is preparing the security of supply in the times of crisis. So this in the short words that how we see in business sector the whole climate issue and resilience.
Fantastic, thank you, Ulla. So, I mean, one thing that you mentioned there is that in a number of areas you've exceeded the targets that were set. So, I mean, what is the reason for exceeding the targets? Is it simply that it's good business to do that? What's the dynamic behind that?
I would say that the energy sector has done a huge transformation, and it's more cost effective to increase the renewable energy sources. So that's kind of a backbone there. But then also this kind of a new reducing emissions is also reducing the resources that you use. So that drives the change, and also the new innovations and possibilities. So actually, when we look at the first roadmaps and then the now updated ones, there is a big transformation towards the handprint. So the new innovation solutions and also the scope 3, so the kind of the value chain approach. So what kind of a work we can do there throughout the whole value chain.
So, I mean, you're representing a business association. You have this drive. I mean, part of it is business, part of it might be regulatory pressure that you have to. I mean, so how do you see that balance? I mean, how much regulation do you need and how much do businesses of their own accord?
Yeah, actually regulation. Yeah, regulation has a big part of this, and actually companies very much want to have a regulation that puts kind of increase the demand. So that's there, and so we will have these targets, but then kind of give a room and flexibility for the markets to find these cost-effective and new solutions. So kind of keep the targets, but and regulate, but then give it so flexible that there is a room for markets and to decide that what are the innovations that will drive.
So one thing, I mean, we're talking about sort of comprehensive security. If we're focusing on the green transition, in the long term, of course, doing things more efficiently is great. But if we're thinking sort of from a shorter to medium term perspective, from sort of a defense and resilience, so let's say moving away from the possibility of using diesel to going fully electric. I mean, so if the electricity supply has a problem, so I mean, do you see what are the main kind of, in the short to medium term, kind of conflicts between the green transition and having a robust, resilient society that could handle sort of crisis or, in the worst time case, war?
Yeah, actually, I think we are moving towards a more secure environment because we are now distributing all the things that we are doing, diversifying the portfolios. For instance, energy portfolio in Finland, and also for the energy sources that companies are using, is much more diversified. There is a lot of different kind of energy sources, and also from the raw material perspective and the supply chains, there's a risk mitigation. But on the same time, as you mentioned, we are very much demand on the electrification. and the kind of the transmission grids are very important for that. So there is a kind of a balance to always to have that kind of energy sources that are portable or can be manually downloaded or something. So it has to be a balance. But I would say in the bigger scale, we are going more on the secure side.
Mm-hmm. I have a sort of a bit of a specific question. I don't know how much you focused on the defense industry. I mean, when it comes to the green transition and defense, how does that compare to other sectors in the economy?
I see in Finland the defense sector actually has the same kind of targets to reduce the climate impact, but that comes mostly with the kind of a energy efficiency and reducing transport and food waste and all these kind of things. But then of course there is this other aspect that you have to be prepared, as I mentioned, that you have to be prepared for the crisis situation and also be on the ready to work on that kind of a cases. So, but I would say that the same kind of aspects that I mentioned there, that how to reduce the impacts and then have these new innovations, I think it goes with all the industry sectors and sectors of society.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Ulla. We'll get back to you later on, of course. And now we move on to our next panelist, also from the private sector, but from a company. And it's Vladislav Varanovsky, and Vladislav is Director of Environment and Safety at Interpipe in Ukraine, a leading company, and he will give some background on that. But Vladislav has also, through his career, worked as Chief Environmental Manager in a number of different companies with a high degree of environmental impact. Vladislav, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the invitation, for having the opportunity to speak about our country, about the company. And Interpipe is a Ukrainian vertically integrated company making steel from scrap. And here you can see our completely new electric arc furnace plant. And it's a real photo and a real object, and it's still in operation. And as you can see on the next slide, I hope I can change it. Compared to 2010, we have already reduced our specific CO2 emissions by 61% for seamless pipes, which is our product, and more than 46% for railway products. The main reason for this decrease was technological upgrade, and as I told you before, at the startup of our newly built electric arc furnace. And CO2 emissions dynamics is one of the best in the industry. And here you can see the specific emissions, but in terms of absolute emissions, we have already outperformed the European Green Deal target for 2030, and I think that we have more than 70% of decrease in total for this type of figures. And as a new type of technology, which we use for steel making in our company, we totally increased our electric consumption. From 2010, we increased it by 39%. But as you can see here, the discrepancy between the energy balance in 2010 and further years, the reasons are dependent on two factors. Main factor is the free market on energy sources, and we have increased our energy supply from gas power stations, which is blue one. And it was done due to the fact that emission factor for gas firing is 5 times lower than emission factor for the coal firing power stations. And we still reliant on a big proportion of nuclear power plants, which is 35%. But the second factor is the external circumstances, which lead us to lose more than half of our thermal power plants, and we became more reliable on import energy. And as you can see, by 2024, we lost our balance, but still in the good on a safe side due to a huge proportion of green energy from import energy from Europe. And unfortunately, we had to increase our coal-fired power plants proportion up to 14%. But we are still in the game. We have one of our production site is located nearly 10 kilometers from Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and in 5 kilometers away from front line, on the bank of former Kakhovka water reservoir. And that's why we have evacuated the families of employees from this city to a safe area, 76 residents, and 47 of them children. But also we started our veterans support and care system, which includes medical and psychological support. And more than 1,000 employees are on the front line now, and we are supporting them, as well as employing more than 180 veterans at our assets. Also, we have a huge program for supporting of our children and our future workers and employees and universities and schools. So that's all for our company, and our motto is quite similar to a motto of the conference, but it was invented years ago. Yes.
Great. No, thank you, Vladislav. So, I mean, one question, of course, I mean, Ukraine is at war. I mean, there are people dying every day, and yet you're reaching these objectives. So, I mean, can you just sort of explain that? You know, how do you keep prioritizing environmental objectives when you're in such an extreme situation?
It's obvious, as we are a global player on different markets, and a huge part of our supply is the European market, which is highly dependent on all circumstances, all conditions, on all requirements on Green Deal, as I mentioned before, and other requirements, and we have to be consistent with this. We have to be prepared for future also, and it's nobody cares what is their situation in Ukraine. I mean, in terms of business, it's nothing personal. You have to be compliant, and that's all.
Mm. I mean, you showed before the sort of the energy mix that you were using and sort of the effect of the war. I mean, you had a reduction in gas, and you had this kind of double effect, right? I mean, you had the increase in coal, but at the same time also an increase in renewables. So looking ahead, I mean, if you, let's say we have a continuation of the conflict for some time and another scenario where we don't have a continuation, I mean, how do you see the next few years developing there under those two different scenarios?
We became more reliable on our own generation, not for a company, but other companies who are more specific on energy supply. They are developing the green energy supply, and they develop some kind of local small generators, and even small modular nuclear generators are also on the table now, and we are looking at this. So it became more resilient. The whole grid became more resilient because not only power plants, but even small transformers, energy transformers, and located on production side, they are also dependent on security issues, and we have to protect them to make them more safe, you know.
So other than the energy mix or the energy aspect, so in terms of you reaching your sustainability goals, I mean, what types of challenges does the conflict present to you?
The main constraint is the financial market. We have no access to private financial market, and the next focus is on access to technologies. We have limited access to technologies to specialists in some kind of technologies, they are not able to be in Ukraine to implement something.
Vladislav, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to you and Ulla later on. So now we're moving on to Rami Jokila, and he is the CEO of Solar Foods. And Rami has a background in very senior positions for the past 3 decades almost, right? For companies like ABB and Rolls-Royce. And now you're on a mission to turn Solar Foods into a mega enterprise, right? So please, go ahead.
Thank you. You said in that, and thank you also coming to listen this Solar Food story over here in this event. Yeah, like the title says, make a food out of thin air. And the question is, do you believe it or not? But it's a reality. It's about 20 kilometers from here. Actually, there is a big factory actually doing that already today. And the tagline, what actually you can see and read by yourself as well. So we will actually have a completely new harvest. So this is not related anymore agriculture. And our feedstock is CO2, so carbon dioxide, and electricity. So we need electricity as well, and green electricity, so renewable, what Ulla was also talking a lot. So how this happens, I will quickly tell, actually, keep it very simple, no any slides or any kind of equations. So we are feeding actually the CO2 and at the same time actually put an electrolyzer to electricity, which is actually the making out of the water, the hydrogen and oxygen. So these 3 gases together, CO2, hydrogen and oxygen, we put a bioreactor, and then we put 5% of the minerals, the media actually, the catalyst, the microbe, what we actually have. And 70 hours in this bioreactor, then we have ready food coming out. And then the rest of the process, downstream process, is like a dairy plant, what you have all over the world. So actually you have pasteurizing, homogenizing, and actually then at the drying at the end. So and at 70 hours we have a food. And why this is a so big innovation? So last 60 to 70 years, the biggest innovation for the food has been the fertilizers, which actually is not so good sometimes, when, like we talk about. Fertilizers have doubled the food production. But all the land actually where the agriculture is actually getting weaker to produce actually the same crops for over years. So here, with this innovation, compared to photosynthesis, it's a 10-folded efficiency, 10 times. So it's a 5 times more whatever over the 60 years actually fertilizers have done. And if you start to compare that for the meat production and other, I will come later, actually, it's totally different. So it's very, very sustainable as such. And just some of the facts, what you can see actually from the agriculture, what is actually have a sustainable impact, perhaps half of the water sources in the world is used for agriculture. So fresh water or any water. Half of the land which is possible to live actually is used for agriculture today. And CO2 emissions is actually 1/3 what is globally actually is coming from the agriculture. So question is it sustainable that if we have 20, 50, 10 billion people in the planet, do we have food enough to everybody and do it sustainable way? My question to you, and I believe you always said, because it's not sustainable, we agree. And actually it's not the way that we get right price level of protein and food actually to everybody. Today, this year actually, there is a 25 million tons already deficit in the protein. So if people will not get that, so there's a lack. So what we do, so I have here 3 different bubbles, but actually first bubble is the water, the second one is CO2, and the third one on the right actually is a land. So if the yellow dot in the middle actually is this end product of the Solane, what is coming out of our plant with this innovation. And compare actually, if you get from the left, so water compared to plants, we have 100 times actually the less, and then 600 times less actually the use. What is if you produce a 1 kilo comparable, so you can see it will help a lot in the water use. Of course, CO2 you can see actually it's a 5 times less compared even plants in the whole LCA process. And of course, if you go to beef, the production 200 times. And the same actually also this the land point of view. So you can see it's a huge impact for the sustainability. And just to give you an idea, we have one factory in operation now here in Vantaa, which is an industrial size. We will produce 160 tons Solane annually there. So we already have announced a plan here in Finland using the renewable energy to make the second plant. But if you do 3 of those, the production will be 50,000 tons. And that will be equivalent of the sustainability impact that 1/4 of the whole Finland CO2 emissions will go down. So we have 10 million tons CO2 reduction in Finland if you do that 3 plants in Finland, and of course selling this Solane, which is very sustainable way to do it. So just to give you an idea, it's huge numbers as such. You can have actually this factory any place. You can work anytime. It can actually, we have been also in the NASA competitions. We won actually the deep space competition, the food challenge. So you can actually do it also in the space, or actually if you want to put actually in the caves. So you can do the food production. It's not linked with the agriculture land anymore, or climate, or how much you have water coming, and what it looks like. So we are focusing actually here the health and performance segment, which is a top middle actually. That business alone in the US is a 10 billion business. So Solane is a very protein-rich ingredient. So 80% of that ingredient is a protein. There's all 20 key amino acids are there, all essential, 9 of those are there. It's the same level minimum, what is a whey protein, which is the best benchmark globally. Plus actually there's a 10% fibers, and 6% actually also this healthy fats, and also the B vitamins like a B12 and other minerals. So it's very, very good. And so how this innovation came actually, so I have to say that it was a luck in Finland 7 years ago. They found actually Finnish Nature, the microbe, which is actually so productive and make actually food safe. It's not no toxic anything, but food safe, that produce like a similar to dairy plants, but now it make a food. And that's actually what we are doing. You can use also the meat alternatives if you later want to do it as well. Actually, it can replace a dairy in the ice cream. By the way, it tastes very good. I hope someday in Europe you can also taste it, because in Solane kitchen in our factory we really have visitors and they say, wow, what is this? This is a wow, excellent example. Also pasta, you can replace the egg yolk, and of course you have all those different kind of snackings as well. So that's our mission. So we are in the early, like Kari said, we are conquering the world, and we are still in the small one factory. But this factory is only this scale in the whole globally as a kind. So the Finland or Europe actually is leading in this technology, in this kind of gas fermentation today.
So thank you, Rami. I mean, you mentioned sort of the fertilizer revolution. Now will we have sort of a gas fermentation revolution? I mean, it seems incredible, you know, how much less resources you need to produce food, essentially. So the question is, you know, why are we not seeing more of this yet? Is it that we're in this very early stage? I mean, do you see it as an inevitability that we will have much more production like this in the future?
Absolutely great question. This is a new technology. So industrial scale, this is a factory, what I mentioned, is 1 year old. And first in the kind in the whole world. So it will be not the last one for sure. So it's still a very early path. Alternative protein business globally is a little bit less than 100 billion business. End of the decade, it will be based on different studies at 270 billion business. And the biggest growing part of this alternate proteins actually is this fermentation related protein business. It's not double digit. Actually, it's if you take actually year on year CAGRs, it's actually 4 digit. So it's thousands of it is starting pretty small, but it's growing very, very heavily. So that's we are really in the S curve before the inflection point. But once the inflection point will happen, which I expect within 5 years' time, it's a rapid deployment globally. And that's also our strategy. So we have a global network of factories and sell to licensees as well.
So from a resilience perspective, I mean, this seems great. I mean, you need less of everything, and you can produce it almost anywhere. But what's the catch? I mean, is there something that we actually become more dependent on, special inputs or?
The factory is very simple. It's like a dairy plant. The bioreactor and the microbe, what we have found actually here in Finland by luck, and it's producing this protein. So that's all very simple. But what we need the electricity. So this kind of what we have today, we have a hydrolyzer actually. Electrolyzer actually. It's 1.5 megawatts. But the bigger factory is actually what we are planning. It's you can go easily 80 megawatt per factory, because more than 50% of the food is electricity. So you're using actually this the water when we put hydrogen. So that's the best catch. We always need to have electricity and green, renewable energy. So otherwise it's not sustainable. And the rest actually, there's no any kind of limitations of why we not can produce. And also the cost point of the whole production, this will go to volume production. This is not like a niche. We can already go actually, no any green premium needed, like perhaps biofuels or sustainable aviation fuels. They are always legislation unit. Here we don't need anything. We go straight with the production cost, what is there, go to market like a health and performance. It's at 20 euro per kilo. So we can match directly that and actually even make a profit.
So, I mean, you guys are early in this process. So maybe this goes a little bit against your business interest, but from a societal perspective, I mean, if you want to accelerate this process of more effective food production, I mean, what are the main obstacles as you see it?
Oh, okay. So of course, this is a new category of food. Every country or continent need to approve it. That's perhaps a little bit. So we have at the moment permission to sell it to US. The process is done. Singapore as well. Europe, we should get the permission next year. So then I can offer to you as well, the audience, some nice Soleil snacks and so on. But we have been 3.5 years already in the process. So it's a quite a lengthy process, to be frank, and expensive as well, and tying our resources and perhaps also the Europe side. So it seems that every country or this kind of, let's say the union area, you need to do own, and that's perhaps one of the limiting factors. And then we are still not profitable company. We will become a very profitable company after next factory. So still we need capex investments, we need grants, and we are very thankful for Europe because we got the IPK notification, meaning that the important project for common European interests, a notification up to the 110 million allowed to get the grants, and it's not any competition related. So it's publicly said that yes, we can actually subsidize the businesses or new innovations this way. So we have got 44 million of that grant. And that was actually how we made the first factory and also proven this that yes, this works. This can scale. And this kind of food products, it's not in the laboratory only, but actually it can work actually in a bigger scale as well. So that's perhaps the key. And by the way, this is all natural. There's nothing GMO. It's no waste at all. It's all are used actually from that, what I mentioned as well.
Super. Thank you very much, Romy. Now, Emma. So, Dr. Emma Hakala is a leading researcher at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, and her research is focusing on environmental security and the geopolitics of climate change. And you're also leading the project Climate Change in Finland's Security of Supply. So please give us your perspective.
Thank you. And I apologize for two things, actually. Does it work?
Okay, let me change.
Okay, thank you. Great, now this works. And it's good because I was just going to apologize for the fact that, first of all, my voice is a bit shaky after a flu. I'm not infecting anyone anymore, but let's hope that my voice will last. And also, I will apologize for the fact that even though this is a business panel, I will talk a little bit about governance. So let's go into it. So I'm very much considering or looking at climate security from the point of view of comprehensive security, and especially the Finnish kind of model of comprehensive security, which we see depicted here. It's from the Finnish strategy of the security of the society, where the picture, I think, quite nicely, or in a potentially complicated way, also shows how security is kind of created in the interaction of different actors, including individuals, then the society as a whole, then even though it's not visible here, but there are also business and then these sort of traditional security actors who are participating in the maintenance of security. And security is also understood as this sort of maintenance of vital functions of society. And that then creates resilience and through that security. And Ulla already mentioned a lot about this Finnish approach to comprehensive security. But my main interest to this has maybe been that this comprehensive security model is also quite ideal for addressing climate-related security risks, because they tend to be very cross-sectoral and comprehensive as well. And usually there are no sort of simple one-stop shop answers or solutions to them. So you actually need the participation of the whole society to address them. And with my colleague Helmi Räisänen and some other colleagues, we've kind of identified these certain aspects of the comprehensive security approach that especially help with the climate or addressing climate-related security risks. As I mentioned, it's cross-sectoral, so it engages different sectors of the society to work together. It's participatory, so it takes security to sort of new actors, or it engages new actors to security. It's also anticipatory, so it kind of looks forward and tries to anticipate and have foresight of these threats or risks that are only emerging. And it also works at several levels of society, so not only at the national or international level, but also at the local level. And here I think that business also comes in very importantly, because it is a very important part of the comprehensive security activity. And for example, our security of supply arrangements are very much also engaging the business side. And I think that there, maybe from the climate point of view, we could maybe do a bit more and somehow in a more coordinated way. I'm not sure if all of you agree, and I know that there's, whenever you talk about the private sector and businesses, there also are business interests that sometimes kind of go against the idea of very much regulating or controlling what is being done, even in the name of security. But still, I think that there is a lot more that we could do, even in Finland, to integrate climate risks into this comprehensive security. And then I have another slide which actually takes us back to the OSCE. I don't know how, well, it's maybe quite visible, this picture here, which is mainly there to show that the OSCE has actually done a lot of work on this kind of assessing climate-related risks, so exactly those complicated risks that I was mentioning earlier. Here is a picture from one of their reports which focuses specifically on energy-related climate security risks. But that I just wanted to point out to make sure that you're all aware that the OSCE does a lot of work to assess these risks and to publish also results on them, which could be really useful in creating this foresight and preparedness towards climate change. But I would also argue that the OSCE can have a very important role also from the point of view of the private sector in taking forward this whole of society approach. Of course, the OSCE also very much focuses on a comprehensive security definition. And it's also maybe useful to observe that the economic and environment are in the same sort of security dimension within the OSCE. So that already puts them kind of into interaction with each other. And then if you look at the work that the OSCE has actually done at the field level so far, many of the aspects that have been addressed are such, and now I'm talking about the work that the OSCE has done on climate or environmental security. But many of these aspects they kind of require some sort of participation from the private sector as well. So if you, for example, look at mining, where the OSCE has been assessing mining risks, then often, of course, the mines are operated by private businesses, or they have been operated by private businesses, but they have been abandoned in some cases, and the risks are still there to address. But it would be very important to bring the private sector to also maybe address the risks that they have potentially created, or to prevent them in advance. Then environmental crime is another important sector where the OSCE has done work. And that, I would also argue, would be very useful for the private sector to kind of participate in, of course, acting within the demands of the law, but also perhaps in developing this work on environmental crime, because that maybe goes a little bit also to the regulation, that it's useful for everyone to have clear rules and to know what they are and to follow them. In order to also improve environmental security and resilience and so on. And then if you look at disaster risk reduction, there as well, I think that this also the sort of private risk assessment that private firms do or businesses do could be maybe combined in some cases with the work that organizations like the OSCE do at the local level or at any given level. And I would also here highlight that the involvement of the civil society more broadly, of course, than the private sector or the businesses is also very important and has been very important for the OSCE, and through its field offices, the OSCE is able to engage actors that are maybe not usually engaged in this kind of work. But maybe I'll stop there and yeah.
Great.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Emma. So we're running a little bit low on time now. I'll sort of throw a few questions at you, and then maybe you can pick which ones you want to answer. And I mean, first of all, when it comes to this whole of society, comprehensive society approach, I mean, a country that is at war, I mean, then of course you have different levels of priority. So I mean, how do we kind of make it work? And I'm thinking this kind of ties into the work that the OSCE has been doing, that you're very aware of. I mean, how useful is that as best practice during time of actual conflict?
Yes, I think that's a good question. And if I approach it from the point of view of prioritization, then of course any country will always prioritize defense, I guess, under at least immediate attack, if that happens. And that is understandable. And of course, I would also argue that, especially if your sort of opponent is authoritarian and disregards environmental goals, then in the long run, somehow failing to defend yourself will also be bad for the environment. But at the same time, again, in the long run, completely disregarding environment in order to fully prioritize defense is also maybe kind of shooting yourself in the foot, because first of all, you will your resilience, societal resilience, will suffer, and I guess in a way it doesn't make sense to wreck your own environment in the name of defending yourself, because that, at least to me, it will end up with the opponent still kind of losing if you've wrecked the living conditions for your children, for example, to put it very, very bluntly. So in that sense, I think that it is maybe a prioritization, but also looking at the sort of immediate short run and then the long run impacts or preferences in a way.
So, final question, and I guess this maybe is a little bit to all of you, but I mean, we've talked about the private sector, of course the state, but when it comes to civil society organizations and consumers as kind of agents of change, I mean, what's the role here? I'm sort of throwing it out to anyone who wants to pick it up.
Well, I can maybe continue. I would again maybe bring in the boring governance here, even though, of course, individuals can have a role both in ensuring security and in sort of acting as agents of change in terms of climate change and environmental goals. But I think that it's much easier, at least if our governance is such and if our regulation is such that it at least doesn't make it more difficult for the individual to work towards these goals. I guess that's all from me.
Well, that looked like you wanted to...
Yeah, I would like to continue with that. I really agree. So I think the clients, the citizens, all of we customers, we have role also. What kind of what we choose and what kind of a businesses and products and services we want. But I would really see that the regulation has a very big role in this to kind of create a demand. But at the same time, as I already mentioned, give a flexibility for these innovations and kind of these new approaches to security, food supply, electricity, all the kind of consumer habits that we have. So keeping that in mind and the markets and the kind of cost-effective ways.
Super, thank you. Now we're going to jump onto the Mentimeter. So Emma, if you could click us forward, I think then something should happen here. Do you see questions? Okay. You see the code? So this is for you guys in the audience. You log in to the Mentimeter. If you haven't done it, menti.com with the code, and then you pick the answer that you... Or is that how it works? to be honest, it's not really clear to me, but maybe it is to you. So what we will do now, I think, is we will open the floor for questions from the public. So if you want to pose your question, please put your hand up now. Yes, go ahead.
Nikolai Mironov, Russian Federation, if I may. What do you think about concept guns against butter? What do you think? Probably the threat of Russia is exaggerated, and the problem of Europe at the moment is Europe lagging behind in competition with United States and China. And I think you need investments in education of the children, in new technologies, but you choose defense. It will help you to survive. or you lose just in economic competition? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have one question there relating to guns and butter, and yes.
Yes, Anne Tarvainen from WWF Finland. Maybe I...
Sorry, WWF, did you say?
Yes,
right.
WWF
Okay,
Finland.
Yeah.
Yes. So we are happy to hear our colleague Bohdan from Ukraine earlier. Maybe I point my question to Solar Foods. I put my question there already on the Mentimeter about the capacity of European or Finnish companies to expand their businesses to developing countries and fragile states. I understand it's a huge risk, but there is a demand and need, of course, to have this cooperation and trade relations between Finland and other European countries and developing countries, but there's a huge risk. How do you see as a company what could and should be done to support you, or is it just the risk is way too big? Of course, I understand that you are quite in the beginning of your developing your business at the moment, but as a person, you have a long background on different businesses, so I would like to hear your views on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Rami, if you go ahead with that, and then after that we take the guns and butter question.
Okay, yeah. This works. Okay, good. Absolutely great question. So, yeah, just my background, I have done 5 growth journeys, 3 different companies in the past, much bigger companies, multi-billion companies in the past. Now we are a small company, startup company. What I have learned actually, I have 2 times in my life, 30 years time to actually make this kind of startup from the scratch. When the digitalization started actually 15 years ago, like this China actually when I started the businesses for one of the companies. So what is important? What is actually always this step plan? So we might be in this vision and the direction to make a whole globe that everybody can get access to the very good food, protein-rich food and affordable prices and all these, or actually get. But I think the key for this kind of small company for us actually is a step plan. So now, of course, we need to get us profitable first, because otherwise we are always dependent on the grants or investors actually feeding them more money, and that's not sustainable in business point of view. So our plan now, of course, is a US market. There's the biggest market actually for health and performance. Actually, it's a very premium market. After that, we hope to get this Europe permission to sell. So of course, a Europe home market would be excellent, actually easy, not too expensive actually to do. And after that, actually, of course, it's Asia, Africa, and others. So we have that kind of steps already planned, and we want to actually everybody have access in globe for this. So if that will please actually as an answer, but there's steps.
Great, thank you, Rami. And Ulla, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I would like to answer one of the questions. There are actually a very good point about the biomass and the kind of a coordination of these Finnish climate roadmaps. And then there was a mention that there is a much more use in a biomass that is sustainable, and that's a very good point. Those were mostly done for the climate perspective, and now we had do for the nature and biodiversity. We have also started to do this kind of a roadmaps for the industry roadmaps for the biodiversity and what kind of aspects we have there. And there is a very much lack of coordination still, combining the things. And I think all of us, most of us, kind of think them as in a silos. Is it climate or nature? And this is something that we really need to work on more carefully. We in Finland are very much looking for the energy and climate strategy that we will have, and hopefully this will somehow tackle this issue. But this addressing these sustainability things in a coherent way, it's something that we need to focus.
Thank you so much. So unfortunately, we're out of time. I can take the liberty maybe as the moderator to rapidly respond to the guns or butter question that was raised. Of course, I mean, guns is something that we have to do to maintain our security. I mean, if we have a better security environment, we can reduce the guns expenditure. So, I mean, as the question came from a Russian representative, of course, if Russia reduced its military expenditure and its aggression, then of course Europe could reduce its guns expenditure too. So we turned that around. Thank you so much. And now we move on to the next panel.
Next speaker. It's always tricky when they turn your microphone on when you're still talking. So that was super interesting. Of course, I really pitied the fact that we did not have Soline to taste here. But of course, it would be illegal and we would all be trespassing the European regulations for which I stand. So I'm glad we did not taste it. No, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome and have the pleasure to introduce the not you, but you, special representative of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the implementation of the 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions, Her Excellency Ms. Kemalova. Ms. Kemalova has more than 27 years of experience in the Foreign Service of Kyrgyzstan. Her long career spans many years covering diplomacy, foreign policy, international relations, human rights, sustainable development, water and environment, climate change, peace and security, and she's held various positions in the Forest Service of the Kyrgyz Republic, including, I'm going to read it all out, because this is very impressive, positions of First Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, Deputy Minister and Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kyrgyz Republic to the Republic of Korea. And I understand you will talk about strengthening climate resilience of mountain communities through business projects. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Anthony. And I'm very impressed with recent presentation of Soline. And so, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to appreciate Finnish Chairpersonship and team for warm hospitality and well-organized conference. I'm honored to be in a country where OSCE was born. Why mountains should mainstream in climate resilience discussions? Mountains cover around 1/4 of the world's land surface and support the livelihoods of at least half of world population. More than 2 billion people living in lowland areas depend on water from mountains. Notably, according to the report of the United Nations Secretary General, in 2022, mountain ecosystems are highly vulnerable to climate change, extreme weather events, deforestation, land degradation, pollution, and natural disasters from which they recover slowly. My position as a special representative of President of Kyrgyzstan is quite unique, which is dedicated to sustainable mountain development. In Kyrgyzstan, mountains provide essential ecosystem services, fresh water, energy, biodiversity, not just for Kyrgyz people, but also for downstream countries of Central Asia and China. However, the recent studies show that Kyrgyzstan glaciers are retreating at an alarming rate. Over the past 50-70 years, Kyrgyzstan glaciers area has decreased by 16%. This poses a significant threat to water and food security and environment of our region. Water patterns are becoming less predictable. Water shortage and land degradation can lead to resource competition alongside with climate-induced human mobility may escalate into conflicts. Floods and mudflows, landslides, snow avalanches, and droughts bringing considerable economic loss and damage and, unfortunately, human loss. Just last year, more than 370 mudflows occurred in Kyrgyzstan, which is more than 11 times the number in 2023. It took the life of 22 people. Addressing challenges of mountain communities and for protection of mountain ecosystems, Kyrgyzstan leadership launched several global initiatives. One of them is the United Nations General Assembly resolution proclaiming a period of 23 and 27 as a 5 years of action for mountain development. This initiative includes global and national activities, and we are promoting global mountain dialogue in international arena and planning to hold second Global Bishkek Mountain Summit in 2027. At the national level, we have adopted a roadmap. In order to monitor this implementation of this roadmap, we regularly visit different remote areas of our country, which provides the opportunity to talk with local authorities and local communities about the climate-induced challenges and their geographical isolation. This year, after those consultations, we updated the roadmap, adding measures such as establishing geoparks, providing access to healthcare, internet, clean water and sanitation, electricity through development of renewable source of energy in remote areas. These projects need public-private partnership. I like, for instance, the idea of geoparks because it consists of 3 components. One of course, the conservation of nature. Second is sustaining local communities. And third one is educating local people and young generation how to conserve our nature. And the roadmap actually highlights areas where government and private sector cooperation is most useful. First, early warning system for natural disasters and monitoring of glaciers. Here the government needs support from IT companies, telecom operators, and GIS service providers. To reduce the damage from sudden natural events, Kyrgyzstan has introduced an early warning system in partnership with telecom operators. With the support of the Ministry of Emergency and Ministry of Digital Development, a nationwide SMS alert mechanism was launched to inform people in mountainous areas about risks such as floods, mud floods, and glacier lake outbursts. In 2020, just last year, 2024, over 370,000 residents were covered by this system. But we need to cover whole population of my country. Second, assessment of critical infrastructure, roads, power lines, hydro systems, and adapting it to climate risk. This is where a private company can contribute. Third, financing climate resilience through supporting local startups or business incubators. Fourth, supporting green construction and energy efficiency for housing and small businesses with special attention to women, youth, and vulnerable groups. Fifth, promoting green economy in mountain areas by creating new income sources and supporting mountain organic products. The government is currently adopting its second green economy development program covering the period through 2028. And this program outlines key directions such as reducing the economy carbon footprint, expanding renewable energy, implementing green finance mechanisms, stimulating investment in clean technologies, improving waste management system, promoting sustainable agriculture and ecotourism. And I would like to say here that we have 2 success stories which promoted in Kyrgyzstan since independence by foreign assistance. First one was a Switzerland project in Kyrgyzstan, which we call that CBT, community-based tourism. And nowadays, you can find such kind of guest houses in every corner of my country. And so this is, I can say that's one of the success story. And second one is a Japanese project, which we call that One Village, One Product, which was also showed the success story when country could see the potential of one village, one community. And this project, after this getting success, it's expanding in whole Central Asian region. So I think that this is what we can do with help of international partners. And a crucial part of the program of green economy is the introduction of national green taxonomy, a classification system that defines clear criteria for what qualifies as a green project. This improves transparency and helps attract investment through green bonds and international finance institutions. The role of business goes beyond financing. And today we talk about mining companies, and companies like Comtor Gold Company, which is the biggest mining company in Kyrgyzstan, are introducing environmental reporting and reducing their carbon footprint. In agriculture and tourism, water-saving technologies, climate-smart farming, and ecotourism are being developed. Private initiatives like Accelerate Prosperity support women and youth in green innovation and sustainable solutions. And I also would like to mention the OSCE activity in my country. The OSCE office in Bishkek supports the development of small and medium-sized businesses in the mountainous regions of Kyrgyzstan through business projects and entrepreneur support centers. Special attention is paid to climate change adaptation and promotion of women entrepreneurship in organic agriculture, production, and food processing. The OSCE also promotes the introduction of green economy principles in the work of regional development funds, strengthening climate-oriented support for local businesses. Last year, OSCE introduced regional cooperation strategy on climate change and security in Central Asia's high mountain areas that will enhance regional collaboration to address climate-related security risks in Central Asia high altitude areas. In conclusion, I hope that with OSCE and other international partners, we would continue our global mountain dialogue and reach the goals of 5 years of action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dinara Kemalova. And now I stand between you. Very important coffee break is the place where you can talk, gossip, and spill the beans. That was a coffee joke. But also, that's the time to collect your poems. And I would like to ask you to be back at 2:45 for the final act of the conference. And oh yes, I was also told, and I don't believe this, but I'll tell you anyway, that apparently Finland is the country that consumes the most coffee per capita in the world. I'm here to tell you that's a lie, that's the Netherlands. No, but anyway, see you soon. Okay, welcome back. So I want to introduce the next and last panel. As you know, access to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is essentially a human right, but those who are fighting for this right are often most at risk. And across the OSCE region, climate and environmental defenders, as well as journalists, face censorship, restriction of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly and association, surveillance, suppression, independent civil society, and even harassment. And the ability of civil society to do research and engage in decision-making processes is often curtailed. And at least in the EU, and I know at a large amount of countries across the world, we believe civil society is intrinsically important to uphold the legitimacy of any society and make sure that also power is checked. The lack of independence of the judiciary limits possibilities for a fair hearing in environmental cases against governments. But the OSCE, with its comprehensive security mandate, offers tools to improve the situation. And to add, the fact that we have climate change and I should add environmental degradation. Those two should always be seen in connection. Represents existential crises that connects people because we're all in the same boat, and you cannot say, I'm in this boat, your part is sinking, but I'm not. So it's really, really one of the most pressing concerns, and every poll we do, at least at the EU, we get really high scores of people who are worried about climate and environment and want governments to do something about it. So it also has motivated one of the largest transnational social movements, and addressing climate change and environmental degradation requires a cooperative, multi-level process. Civil society organizations are essential and fundamental to be a bridge between public governments and the international community. So on this note, let me introduce you to the next moderator, Ms. Kate Waters. And as she comes up, I'd invite the rest of the panel also to come up to the stage. Kate is a co-founder of Crude Accountability and has served as the executive director since its founding in 2003. She brings in a vast experience in human rights and environment, has worked with human rights and environmental defenders in Central Asia, the Caucasus, and Russia since the early 1990s. She's lived in and traveled extensively throughout the region, knows it very well, and she's the author of numerous reports and articles on civil society in Central Asia and the Caspian region. Crude Accountability and the Working Group on Climate Justice of the Civic Solidarity Platform have presented a series of expert recommendations for the OSCE on climate issues from around the OSCE region. So Kate and dear panelists, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for being here. It's really an honor to also to participate in this really fascinating conference and to be here on stage with my fellow panelists who I am about to introduce. As you've already heard, our panel looks at the really important questions that are related to climate defenders in the context of climate security. We have an extraordinary panel here to talk about this topic in more detail today. But I wanted to highlight just a couple of things before I introduce them. Civil society, including climate and environmental defenders, play a key role in the OSCE region and in the discussion and the work around climate security. But this is very, very dangerous work. And I want to just highlight a couple of statistics. Recently, the Business and Human Rights Center documented more than 6,400 attacks across 147 countries, so broader than the OSCE region, on human rights defenders between 2015 and 2024, those who voiced concerns about business-related harms or risks. In 2024 alone, they tracked 660 attacks, and climate, land, and environmental defenders constituted almost 3/4 of those attacks. So as I mentioned, these are global statistics, but we know that within the OSCE region, space for civil society, including for environmental and climate defenders, is shrinking significantly, as shrinking space and democratic space significantly shrinks as well. Threats include physical threats, but also legal restrictions such as SLAPP suits, strategic lawsuits against public participation, and the specific targeting of environmental and climate defenders by government and corporate bodies. So just to kind of set the stage there, I want to introduce our panelists. I'm going to introduce all 4 of our panelists first, and then give the floor to them to introduce the work that they do and their context more specifically, starting with Michelle Forst, who is sitting to my left. Michelle Forst has extensive experience in human rights and more specifically on the protection of human rights defenders. He held several leading positions in the national and international stages, including Secretary General of the French National Human Rights Institution, General Director of Amnesty International, Chief of Staff at UNESCO. His dedication to the protection of defenders led him to convene the first World Summit on Human Rights Defenders as its Secretary General. He was later elected as the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders from 2014 to 2020. Further to witnessing in this role the major threats that environmental defenders face, he applied in 2022 for a newly established mandate under the Aarhus Convention, about which we heard earlier, specifically dedicated to their protection. And he was elected in June 22 as the world's first UN Special Rapporteur on Environmental Defenders under the Aarhus Convention. And he currently holds this mandate, and we will hear from him in a moment. Secondly, we have Barbara Trionfi, who's the acting principal advisor at the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, which she joined in May 2024. She is the former executive director of the International Press Institute, a global network of editors, media executives, and leading journalists dedicated to safeguarding and fostering media freedom and promoting quality, independent journalism. With an academic background in international relations, human rights, and freedom of expression, her field of expertise relates to the defense of media freedom and the promotion of independent public interest journalism. In recent years, Barbara has conducted extensive research on attacks against climate and environmental journalists, as well as newsroom strategies to promote coverage of climate and environmental stories. So welcome, Barbara. Next, we have Ari. Ari Melhus is a 22-year-old climate and human rights activist from Norway. Their political commitment originally started with LGBTQ+ rights, but is now dedicating their everyday life to climate activism, everyday life. Ari is now the deputy leader of Natur og Ungdom, which is Norway's largest environmental organization for young people. In it, Ari have worked on many different issues, such as nature conservation, deep-sea mining, and the oil and gas industry. Currently, they are working on the oil lawsuit against the Norwegian government, but spend much of their time stopping the electrification of the gas facility Melkøya to prevent the risk of new human rights violations against the Sami people. Welcome, Ari. And last but not least, we have Gabriel Paun, who is a Romanian writer and advocate for planetary health, peace, and cooperation on all continents. He has studied nature sciences, international relations, and diplomacy. Throughout his 20-plus year career in environmental and animal rights NGOs, he has spared 100,000-plus hectares of forests from abusive logging, improved transparency, traceability, and sustainability of billion euros corporations, and changed standards in animal farming while also playing a global role in the phase-out of live export of farmed animals. Politico places him among the top 28 green political influential figures, even if he's not a politician. He received the Euro Natura Prize, while the UN has awarded him with the Champion of the Earth title last December. Welcome, Gabriel. So we will start our session with introductions from each of our speakers, and then I'll ask a couple rounds of questions. We'll open it up to the floor. We also have the Mentimeter, so if you want to put your questions into that at any point during the discussion, feel free to do that. But with this, I turn and give the floor to Michelle Force to sort of describe to us what it is that the mandate is in your current position and set the stage for us with regard to climate and environmental defenders. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie. And yes, I've been elected recently to this new UN mandate to protect defenders. And my main role is to look at situations, to travel to countries, to receiving complaints, and then to deal with complaints to try and find a solution for all defenders that are currently at risk in the region. So my mandate has been established by parties to the Aarhus Convention. That's currently 48 states. And it's good to note that all 48 states that are parties to the convention are also participating states to the OSCE. So we'll look later on how we could better cooperate together, to work together to protect defenders. Just to set the scene, my experience is that you should never develop a new mechanism, a new mandate, without first listening to the voices of those who are affected by your mandate. And that's why, together with the team, we decided to travel extensively in the regions, in the countries, to invite defenders to meet with me and my team, just to listen to testimonies, stories on the threats, the attacks that they were facing in countries, and to summarize all those testimonies in reports to share with states and to seek for a better action coming from states. So we traveled to 26 states, mostly in the OSCE region, trying to invite defenders to meet with us. And in addition to that, we organize regional consultations, inviting more defenders from more countries to meet together to discuss with me and my team. So we had 2 separate sessions. One was on attacks faced by defenders coming from mostly security forces, the legal justice system for the countries, or more broadly the government. And we had another set of the consultation by which we invited defenders that were also facing only threats by companies. And really, I have to say that the most dangerous actors for environmental defenders are not currently states or security forces, but mostly companies that try to develop their activities without respecting the main principles of the OSCE Convention. So just to set the scene and to share with you the main findings, I want to share the main trends, who are the defenders, and what sort of attack they are facing. So what we see is that there's a high diversity of profiles of defenders. You described a few of them, but let me summarize. In fact, we have global environmental defenders are trying to protect like a river, a forest, or simply a village against destruction, attacks coming from different sources. We have a lot of indigenous people and local communities that are also trying to defend their environment, what they call the cosmovision, the Pachamama, that they say, by which water is not only water, the grain that they are eating is not only food, it's something else. That's their Pachamama, that's very important to understand. We have an increasing number of journalists, investigative journalists, trying to look into corruption, trying to look into the way sometimes actors are doing to attack defenders. We have a number of lawyers, and I've been struck by the fact that lawyers sometimes are dismissed from law firms simply for trying to defend local activists, local people who are trying to defend their environment. And by doing so, as a lawyer, they are simply dismissed from law firms. That's happening also in EU countries. I don't want to name countries, but in EU countries. We have a huge number of young activists, and we'll hear from one of them the threat that are facing in countries. Those who are simply using new forms of mobilization. We call civil disobedience, gluing their hands on the floor, blocking a road, blocking access to an airport for half an hour. And by doing so, they are simply exercising the right to protest, which is protected by international human rights law. And many judges, many governments ignore that it is protected by international human rights law. We have also campaigners that are trying to simply campaign to defend the biodiversity in a country or defend the environment, and as such are also facing a number of threats by different actors. We have academics also, a number of academics also facing threats simply because they are doing work on topics that are very well received by the government. And lastly, an increasing number of whistleblowers that are trying to denounce bad practice, misconduct in companies, or also greenwashing by companies, and doing so are also dismissed from the companies. So in terms of the type of attack that they are facing, of course, we all know the big topic of restriction of civic space that we are facing in many countries in the OSCE region. I could give you many examples. What is striking is that also we see in many countries an increasing use of new legislation to target defenders. So, of course, this very well-known law on foreign agents, which is well developed by many countries, but currently new forms of new legislation are developed which are clearly dangerous for defenders and restrict the civic space of defenders. We also see new legislation developed specifically to target climate activists, like in Italy, like in Germany, like in other countries, by which they are targeted by new legislation dedicated to target them and to harass them. We see, of course, a big crackdown on the right to protest in Europe, and we can also come back to this. Striking also police brutality, smear campaigns by public officials. Young activists are called eco-terrorists, eco-Taliban, green Khmers, or green zealots by the UK Prime Minister. They are labeled as being a threat to national security, and for that they are also targeted by many actors. We see legal harassment in many countries. Just to mention a few, 5 years prison in the UK simply for organizing a Zoom call to decide on a blockade in the street. 5-year prison. I visited some of them in the prison, and that's awful to see. And lastly, I will conclude with this, increasing number of slaps. You mentioned slaps as being one of the most worrying trends that we see in Europe. Slaps used by companies, but also slaps used by companies with the support of states that also support efforts by companies to target journalists or environmental defenders. And to conclude, don't want to be too long, we spoke this morning very largely on the green transition. We also have to note that in my meetings with defenders, many of them mentioned the green transition not as a just transition, but as a threat to them because of the surge of rare earth, building of new dams, building new wind farms. That's also something which needs to be also discussed.
Thank you so much for those really important remarks. I will turn now to Barbara. We heard about different groupings of targeted groups, and maybe you can talk to us a little bit about your work and environmental journalism and climate journalism.
Sure. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the Finnish chairpersonship, not only for the invitation, but really for including journalism as a topic in this conference, which is obviously for me is a core element of this conversation in terms of the role that journalism can and already are playing in promoting climate and environmental security. And the other is just as a premise, whenever I talk about journalism, of course, I mean independent, fact-based, ethical journalism. And we know that there is a lot of other type of supposed journalists that is not. So, so I work for the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, so in promoting media freedom. But for the past few years, I've been focusing on specifically on attacks against environmental journalists, which have emerged as one of the most targeted categories of journalists for a number of reasons that I'm happy to go into details later on. Maybe just to start, I wanted to stress the importance of climate and environmental journalism. Just very simply understand why do we need environmental journalism. It was mentioned at the beginning that climate change is the greatest threat that humanity is facing, and the climate science is complex. Climate policies are complex, and journalism plays a unique role in making them accessible, in communicating them in a way that can be understood, in a way that can ensure that the people can relate with them and we get them on board. Also scrutinizing proposed solutions, scrutinizing policies, questioning them. You mentioned investigating environmental crimes, corruption that is related to environmental activities and that are, or corruption that is detrimental to the environment. All this is extremely important and also gives a sense of, should give a sense of trust to the population that is very often lost in trying to understand what should I do, what can I do. So journalism should be there, is there to provide also, to give agency to the people, understand what they can do and why that makes a difference. There is also a disproportionate amount of disinformation about climate and environmental topics. These are very polarizing issues for reasons that are difficult to understand. However, there are strong interests, obviously, linked to the fossil fuel industry and other industries that are linked to the environment. And journalism, again, can play a role in countering disinformation, in making sure that the facts are out there for those who have an interest in getting them. As it was mentioned at the beginning, climate and environmental journalists face attacks. There are reports last last year, yes, 2024, UNESCO dedicated its World Press Freedom Day conference to the topic of climate journalism. And this was a recognition also of the increased attacks that journalists face. That's when I also did my research, not for the OSCE yet, was work for the OSCE back then, into attacks, which is not a comprehensive research. It's just trying to understand what is behind there, what are the threats that are facing. Michael, you mentioned some. Of course, some of the threats that environmental defenders face are also the same of those that journalists face, from slaps to attacks by private players, very much also, however, working in collusion with state authorities, sometimes in collusion with police and so on. There is an alarming, if you read this type of studies from the UNESCO to the one that I published with the IPI and others, is really an alarming situation out there that there isn't sufficient awareness about. And finally, what I want to mention now is how newsrooms, how news organizations are rethinking how to cover climate and environment, and why we need to rethink it, and how, you know, it is difficult to reach audiences with these type of topics. Environment is a slow story, is not made for the news, sometimes doesn't work with the news cycle. And journalists have been thinking, how can we reach the audience? How can we also not cover it? It is an alarming story, but how can we cover it in a way that people just don't panic and turn the page because it's too much? How can we cover it in a way that still gives a sense of agency? How can we educate them? How can we cover the complexity of all this? And there is a lot going on, and it's really interesting. Thank you.
Wonderful. We will dig more into that as we go along in our session. Ari, the floor is yours. Tell us a little bit about your organization and the work you're doing.
Thank you. So Natur og Ungdom is translated to Nature and Youth, and is a part of the International Young Friends of the Earth movement, and is then the Norwegian department of it. It is the biggest organization for young climate activists in Norway. We have around 5,000 members in the age between 13 and 26, or actually 25, because as soon as you turn 26, you get kicked out. So I am holding on to my last years. We work on different topics, everything from deep sea mining and the petroleum industry, and also smaller things as public transport and local nature restoration. Because something that is really important with our organization is that we are separated into local groups around the entire country, where we have, it's our members who are deciding what we're going to do. And we are, like in the central part of the organization, our job is to provide our members to work with nature and climate and other topics that's going around in their areas. So I think that is a really nice way of having an organization, and it's really important to have those kinds of organizations all over the world. And I know that in Norway we are a bit privileged because we have a really good freedom of speech. We have everything is lying in line for us to be able to be activists compared to a lot of other countries in the world. So I'm glad that I can come here, and I'm hoping to speak for my organization, but also maybe lift up the other organizations around the world that aren't having the same ability to speak out.
Thank you very much. Really interesting and wonderful to hear about the size of the organization, especially. Gabrielle, I turn the floor to you to share with us your initial ideas.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, I come from a country which is somehow opposite of Norway right now. It used to be better after the fall of communism for a short while. I remember the years after we ratified the Aarhus Convention. It was perhaps my first project at that time to get Romania to ratify, because I knew we will need it later. And we have used it at maximum, all the 3 pillars, the access to information, public participation in decision-making, and litigation. We actually have more than 400 litigation cases with our very own government for approving illegal logging. So literally the state made law, and they breached their own law on abusive logging, which also led to an infringement by the European Commission. However, we still were successful in changing a lot of corporations' policies and sustainability, also to protect strictly over more thousands of hectares of primary and old-growth forests, but it's still just 2% of them, so there is still much to do. Stopped abusive logging through the trials on several hundreds of thousands of hectares, which did trigger an infringement by European Commission, which started in force 5.5 years ago, but which is somehow decreasing in intensity. So instead of being deferred to European Court of Justice, the Commission is right now doing more babysitting. And while, for example, for the past 2 years of infringement, we lost from primary and old-growth forest nothing less than 4.7 million cubic meters of wood from primary and old-growth forest. That would be a queue of trucks all the way from here in Helsinki, Espoo, to Bucharest, if there would be a bridge between Helsinki and Tallinn. That's bad, and it does come with a price, so I will switch now a bit to the kind of life I have to live for daring to try to save forests and our planet for each one. I have to live abroad in a safe house. I have been going through multiple threats. Everything that Mr. Voss mentioned happened to me. Physical assaults, killing attempts, which I somehow survived. That took too long for the justice in Romania to prosecute and to judge, and the crime expires. So the law is as such in Romania that if you actually take a life and the justice takes too long to prosecute, then the crime expires and the perpetrators remain free. It's my case. I'm European Court of Human Rights for that in Strasbourg. I don't know if my home country would care about another loss, because they are top together with Russia, Ukraine, and Turkey when it comes about condemnations for human rights breaches. We are also the committee of Aarhus because of some failures to comply with decisions. There is psychological attacks, there is slap cases, both by the government and by, for example, a Swiss corporation taking wood from national parks, making it a biomass, and literally burning it. And just for a simple article in New York Times, we've been taken to court, and they want nothing less than more than 3 million euros from us, monies that we never had and we can't produce because we don't print money. Also cyber attacks, very sophisticated ones. Identity of journalists involved in the Panama Papers have been stolen to get to my server, to my computer, and they have been successful by stealing the identity of a very famous journalist. So things can be very complicated, and strangely, it's still the state security of the country where I have the safe house helping me more than my own country, Romania, and that's very, very sad.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. I mean, I think we've heard already some examples of some of the threats that climate defenders and environmental defenders and journalists and others are facing on a daily basis in the work that we do. I think the mention of corruption was particularly important, and also very interesting what you said, Michelle, about companies being one of the most dangerous actors for activists. So I'd like to ask you to describe more for us about the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on Environmental Defenders. I mean, we get a sense of why it's so critical at this moment in time, but what are some of the goals that you're trying to achieve with the mandate and in this role at this point in time?
Thank you. Well, As you know, the Aarhus Convention is a legal binding instrument for states. That is, states have an obligation to apply all the provisions of the convention and to respect, and if not, there are sanctions that are inside the Aarhus Convention. So my role is to, as explained, to look into complaints, to receiving complaints, and to deal with complaints. So far, we have received more than 90 complaints. Some of them are public on the website. You can see my letters of allegations to state and the response of states, and some are not public because the complaints don't want to be public, or because of security reasons, we decided not to go public. So the main tool that I'm using is similar to all rapporteurs, in fact. The first step is to engage with complaint. That is to discuss with them to make sure that the complaint is serious, is in line with my mandate. So we organize Zoom calls with complainants, sometimes multiple Zoom calls to decide whether or not we take the complaints. And when we know that the complaint is serious, either because the allegation comes from serious grounds, we send what we call a letter of allegations to states. Allegation is not an accusation. We simply relay allegations to states, asking them to comment, and they have 60 days to reply in writing to my letter of allegations. And then my letter and the response is public. Of course, we are using other tools like quiet diplomacy, which is working pretty well. Like in Geneva, we are meeting with ambassadors to discuss cases, like in Romania and other countries. We were successful with some cases. Sometimes when we see that we don't get results, then we go public using social media. But the case, for instance, in the UK, because of the lack of cooperation of the UK to my mandate, we decided to go public. And when we see that there's no response, then we do a follow-up. And a follow-up visit is very important for me. That is, we go to the country. We don't need to get the permission from the states. We simply travel to the country, ask for a meeting with governments, meeting with foreign affairs, environment, justice system, with a list of the complaints, and discuss in detail the complaints, trying to seek for better results. What we want to achieve with this mandate is results. We want to demonstrate that a mandate created inside the Aarhus Convention is effective. And if it's not, then we are going to fail. My mandate will expire in a couple of months. There will be elections for a new mandate, and we hope we have the possibility to explore new ways, to explore the boundaries of the mandate, to make sure and to demonstrate that it has been very effective to protect defenders.
So we're sitting here in a meeting with the OSCE, and so my next question, I guess, would be to you, in this regard, how would you see the possibilities for more effective cooperation, maybe between your mandate, between the Special Rapporteur and the UN, and particularly around the area of the Aarhus, and the work of the OSCE within second, third dimensions? How would you see that?
That's very important for me to work also with other actors. International organizations are critical to increase the potential of the mandate. I've been exploring ways of cooperation with OSCE. I've met with OSCE in Vienna, but also with ODIHR in Warsaw to discuss possibility of joint action. Because precisely, as I said at the beginning, all our parties are also participating states to the OSCE, so we need to work together to make it more effective. So first one for me would be to make sure that OSCE and states look into the false and narrative defamation of defenders, and to make sure that how they portray defenders would change to a more positive note. They are described in many countries as being anti-progress, anti-development, while they're simply fighting against fake development and fake progress. So we need to change the narrative, and for that we need the support and the backing of states and also of organizations. We are also to look into how states are respecting basic rights, the right to protest, freedom of expression. That's very simple, but in many countries we see that it's not the case, and OSCE and my mandate could also work closely together to make sure that states would respect at least those two basic rights. We also need to ensure that states and OSCE, ODIHR, could provide what we call a safe and enabling environment for defenders. It has been defined by the UN. What is a safe and enabling environment? So we need to look into how we could push states to provide a more safe and more enabling environment for defenders in countries where they operate. Of course, we also look at how ODIHR and my mandate could also uphold the highest standards to protect defenders, which is not the case. I would say, to conclude, I would expect member states, participating states, to be more bold, to be more brave, to be more courageous, to protect the defenders and to also prevent the attacks to occur. I'm very happy that at least Finland, but also Sweden in the past have decided to put the broad issue of defenders and especially environmental defenders on top of their priorities.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We'll turn again to Barbara. And I'd like to hear you sort of get a little deeper into what you presented to us earlier about attacks on climate and environmental journalists, how this impacts freedom of the media, and particularly in the context of the OSCE, maybe referring to some of the issues that we've just heard about. And what are some of the key concerns that you find reporters and journalists facing when they try to cover climate and environmental stories these days? What are some of the riskier areas and how are journalists handling that?
Sure, thank you. So maybe first, why, I mean, of course, there are a number of attacks that are common to journalists, to all sorts of journalists in general, and certainly attacks against environmental journalists that cover climate and environment also broadly correlates to the general, with the overall press freedom situation in that specific country or region. However, there are also, what we have been trying to look into are the specific factors that are like risk factors for journalists that cover climate and environment. First of all, it was mentioned, climate and environmental journalists come up against very big economic interests. Many of the most polluting industries are also some of the most powerful ones in terms of economic interest. We are looking from fossil fuels, mining, logging, but also fishing, farming are really powerful industries, and very often also within an analysis within Europe, it shows that the more the money, the bigger the risk of attacks. Many of these industries are already coming under attack because there is a very needed push against their environmental, the environmental degradation they cause, and the exposure generated by journalists. So they would go to great lengths to limit this type of exposure. Crazy things like, for example, covering carbon credits has become very dangerous. Again, because of the amount of money that is involved there and showing corruption there and so on. There is also, we've seen a cooperation between private companies engaged in environmentally harmful business and organized crime groups. I don't know if that's the case in Romania, but it is the case in different parts of the OSCE. And one also specific element of risk of environmental journalists that very often they work in remote locations. So far away from any reference to, far away from places where justice tends to arrive, and this isolation puts them at risk. Local journalists, like we know the importance, and I can talk a little bit more about that later, the unique importance of local journalism in the field of climate and environment. A lot of the stories, they need to be local. And because that's where the people, like you need to cover the effect of climate and environment on the people at the local level. And yet local journalism is very much at risk because they cover their own community and they cannot get away when the story is over. So and finally, of course, there is the whole field of online attacks linked to the polarization, linked to the disinformation, and so on. So there is that is also challenging the credibility of the journalists.
So what are some of the strategies then that are being used in newsrooms? I mean, we see, you mentioned earlier, these are not simple stories, right? It's not easy to tell a climate story, and we're also flooded with misinformation and disinformation and deliberate falsehoods and lies. So what are some of the strategies that you see effective to combat this?
Yes. So first of all, as I said, many newsrooms are trying to rethink how they cover climate. When I was doing my research, I interviewed an editor and he said, you know, perhaps the media's most damaging climate change error has been to cover a science story as if it were a political story. So basically trying to cover both sides, when in fact, there isn't much of both sides, you know. So this has been what some of the editors have recognized has been done wrong in the past. This, of course, has very much changed, but challenges remain related to funding very much. As the news industry is coming under pressure from an economic point of view, the first place they cut is the science editor, the environmental editor. Very often is left to freelancers, which is actually, by the way, one of the elements of risk, one of the vulnerability of environmental journalists. Most of them, many of them are freelancers. And the news avoidance, the fact that people don't look there. So what have newsrooms been doing there? Some have tried to not cover climate and environment as a separate story, so you don't have the climate page or the climate hour or whatever, but you cover it as part of every other story. Politics has an element that is linked to government. The economy has an element linked to that. Lifestyle has an element linked to that. So let's cover it as part of all that, because let's make sure that that people understand that climate and environment is part of our lives everywhere. Many journalists turn to solution journalism. Solution journalism has been around for very long, very criticized by some. However, it seems to be a very good approach for climate journalism, also because, for what I mentioned before, trying to give a sense of agency to the people. What are the solutions? And it doesn't mean to say, oh, we don't talk about the problem, we just talk about the solution, but we analyze critically the solutions. Looking at something that maybe I will still mention, some of the editors said, you know, we need to learn from the way we cover the COVID-19 crisis. Mm-hmm. And this is a crisis. So how did we cover COVID-19? First of all, with a sense of urgency. COVID-19, it was everywhere. It was front page news. And it was part of everything. We covered the political parts, the science aspects of it, the lifestyle aspects of it, and we offered the solutions. We told people, wash their hands, wear your mask, keep a distance, all of that. So very concrete solutions. So let's try to, of course, it's a different things, but let's try to learn from that. And I think
Great.
That, yeah.
Thank you. It sounds like a very challenging issue. I want to turn now to Ari. You work on a variety of different issues, and I was hoping you could talk to us a little bit about some of the legal action maybe that you've been involved with, the human rights violations. You talked earlier about the Sami people. What does that look like, and what are the key concerns for youth activists in the climate, sort of in these big challenges that you're facing? What are some of the priorities for the community that you're working in?
Well, when it comes to the key concern among young people, I can't speak for everyone, but I forgot to mention earlier that a part of what we are doing in our organization is also traveling around in schools and holding lectures about nature and climate, which crosses off everything in the school books. So the teachers loves it, we love it, because we can go out and speak our case. And when holding these lectures, I always ask the students, what do you think is the main difficulties, and what do you think, what are your concerns? And a lot of them are answering the tipping points, that we don't know what the tipping points will be, when will we approach them, and what will be the consequences. We don't know if the climate is going to collapse, or how hard it will collapse, or when it will collapse. We don't know, and that is what is concerning a lot of the young people, especially in Norway, where we are being hit harder because of the country is quite up north. That takes me to the legal act. Right now we're having a lawsuit. I'm not going to talk too much about it because it's ongoing and I don't want to make it political, because that is bad for the case. Yeah. So Norway is breaking the law, the EU law, and our own laws when it comes to what is needed to approve oil fields. And they have approved a lot of illegal oil fields, and that is why we're doing a legal act on it. There's a lot of young people also telling that they don't feel they can trust the world's leader, that they are hearing all the time that we have a solution, this is what we're going to do, but we're missing out the actual action in these solutions. We are being promised gold, but are only getting coal back. And as young people, we have a right to be heard, but unfortunately, we don't have the right to be listened to. We have for many years been talking about our concerns about the climate and the nature, but we aren't getting heard. For example, in 2018, Greta Thunberg, she sat down and she striked from school every Friday and demanding climate action in Sweden. In 2019, millions of young people did the same in solidarity and with themselves and with the global south and with the whole planet, because we are seeing what is coming, and that is a slowly climate crisis that is just getting worse and worse, and we still don't see any actions from the world's leader. And the result today is a lot of greenwashing. There's a lot of politicians coming up with different solutions that will actually just get worse consequences. For example, Melkøya, which is a gas facility in the northern Norway, they're going to electrify, and the solution to the result will be that the gas they're today burning to drive the facility will just be sold to another country and be burned there instead. So the emissions won't go down, and to power this electrification, they will build about, I think it's somewhere over 1,000 windmills, and 500 of them will be in a reindeer era. That will then result in another human rights violation, just as in the Fosen case.
Thank you. So very briefly, if you could present a message here to the OSCE today, what do you think, or representatives from the OSCE today, what do you think is the key sentences that you would like to say, given what you've just told us?
Yeah, I want to remind you of FPIC, the free, prior, informed consent. A lot of nature and climate causes will have big effects on indigenous people, not just in Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, but all over the entire world. Last week, there is a mine called Nussir that became a part of EU's critical raw mineral act, and that will have catastrophic consequences to the nature, because they're going to dump a lot of mining waste in the fjord, which is illegal in every country except for Norway and one other country. And it will have catastrophic consequences for the reindeer herders in the area. And when we visited them in May and asked them, what do you think will be the consequences of this and the other things that are planned in the area? And they say, we have to shut down. and that will be a violation of the UN's Convention for Critical and Political Rights, Article 27. So if anyone in this room have something to do with this list, I will ask you kindly to remove this mine, because I don't think that is in the EU standards.
Thank you very much. All right, Gabrielle, we turn to you. I know we're running short on time. I think we started a couple of minutes after our time, but I will try to be quick in my questions to you to give you more time. You've described your own situation and the risks that you are under from your decades of activism, the threats that you've experienced, you're forced out of your own country. What do you think is the critical support that environmental and climate defenders like yourself and others, those who are appealing to Mr. Forst and to the mandate, for example, what is the key support or defense that is necessary? Is it legal? Is it some other sort of approach? What is needed for defenders at this moment in time?
Thank you for this most precious question. I would say all of that, and I will go in a practical way into it at the very end. To answer first, I got inspired by our typewriter poet earlier, and I took the liberty to take over the typewriter and to write a poem myself to answer this question somehow.
All right.
So
art and environment.
And in the coffee break, I also kind of measure how long it would take, so we won't waste more than 3 minutes with it, if that's all right.
Okay.
So it goes like this. Old-fashioned security is a very expensive illusion. More precisely, world states spent last year a record of $2.7 trillion to fight each other instead of helping each other. We are operating out of a safe space for humanity, and I am deeply concerned. As a citizen and as a nature defender, modern security should focus on climate security. Denial, skepticism, fanatism, nihilism, apathy, and division will not save the world. Cooperation will. I dare to imagine a better version of our civilization switching from apathy to empathy, so we can cooperate to use all these $1 trillion to stop the extinction that we started. To switch from all human-centered ideologies to just one around restoring planetary health. To love our Earth like it is our home, because it is. Meanwhile, we must live with the fear of nuclear fission, gene editing, and artificial intelligence being weaponized because rich boys play with toys instead of letting wiser mothers to take better care of our world. As a nature defender who trusts science and facts, I'm concerned that if our planet as a human patient was to be taken to the doctor, then it would have been put in the intensive care unit a long time ago. We lost 70% of wildlife population since I was born. We have 2 times more plastic than wildlife right now. Our climate is on steroids while we keep on digging and burning everything, forgetting to look at the sun, the only source of continuous power that sends to Earth in a single hour the entire energy that humanity consumes in a whole year. It produces each second the energy that is equivalent to the explosion of 4.5 trillion atomic bombs. Imagine those trillions of dollars spent on defense being used instead to globally work together so we can make it possible to create a continuous wave of energy around Earth powered by sun in a united grid from east to west for north and south all year round. So, an idealist solution that I see and that would save not just nature defenders but everyone else is for political donations to come to an end while science and ethics to be base for all future decisions. So that's the poetic part of it, and the poem could be named like From the Boy with Voice to the Boys with Toys, something like that. In practice, I have to say, these are times where the amount of nature defenders and activists around the world who lose their life is increasing. It's not time of stability when a single one of us who would die would perhaps make a revolution like it happened in Slovakia, and we got ourselves a president who was a former activist. This is not the case anymore. So I'm concerned even about Eri. I'm concerned about Greta. I'm concerned about activists in the UK, not just those from Colombia, Congo, or Indonesia, activists in the US, activists in Vancouver Island in Canada fighting for the future of this planet. So I imagine that it would be OSCE at its best when a convention, whether a historical convention like the Aarhus one, would be created perhaps to protect nature defenders. Because we exist and we have a mission to work for everyone. So I think we deserve to be safe, to feel safe, not just here when we sit in this conference room, but when we go home, when we travel home, when we go out in the field where there is no GSM reception and we just get our camera out to document something. We have the right to be defended instead of being bullied by our own governments in all kinds of environments. We have the right to get back in the media that has been cut off from us. And I think a convention would help pretty much. And last but not least, I'm working on a peace park at the Ukrainian-Romanian border. And some doors are closed because I don't know why. So I think UN stepped in a bit and helped, so I would imagine and hope that OSCE could also help us a little bit, because it's a project, it's a beautiful...
Questions. I'll take those two to start. If you can be very brief, introduce yourself and just ask your question. Thank you. Go ahead first.
Thank you. What do you think about NIMBY approach, not in my backyard? For example, in Salzburg state of Austria, there is no windmills, zero windmills, because they believe that it's not good for tourism. And the global situation is renewable energy sources have only 3% in primary energy production, only 3%.
So not NIMBY, not in my backyard question?
What can be done?
Okay, thank you. Yes, up here.
I'm a professor at the Graduate Institute in Geneva. For Gabriel, I have two questions. What you describe is of course true, but it's also very scary, gloomy, because it affects your health, your family, you have to live. And my questions are then two. First, how can you keep hope? How do you do that? You wake up this morning and you say, oh, we are together in this world and we participate. And what is your drive? And secondly, what would have done in this kind of 10 years better to have a better impact? What would have done, to have more impact? Because at the end of the day, you said that there is a track of wood from here to Ukraine. I mean, then what would have you done better or differently?
Thank you. Yes, you'll be the last question. Go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
I don't think that works, so I'll shout. My name is Catherine Woolley. I'm from the Permanent Mission of Ireland to the OSCE, based in Vienna. Thank you so much for so clearly outlining the problem. My question would be, how could the OSCE be a more effective platform for climate defenders and civil society, thinking particularly about the second dimension where we don't have systematic engagement with civil society? What would be your views and how can we be better? Thank you.
All right. Who would like to answer? Can you be very brief and succinct in the responses? Maybe Gabriel, start with the question.
The first two from Switzerland. Thank you very much. About hope. Look, I'm married with science and beauty, and I'm fascinated by the powers that created the universe and made possible life on Earth. I admire life. I love life in all its biodiversity. So there is no doubt for any second, whatever happens to me, that it's worth fighting for life in its all diversity. So it's simple as that. And about 10 years or whatever, and about the huge amount of primary forest being logged, we win some, we lose some, but at least we save something. So I'd be happy to take anyone in this room to go in one of those forests that we saved through using Aarhus Convention, science, litigations, protests, everything, and just to be there, to see a place where you wouldn't know it's year 2025 before or after Christ. It's amazing. It's worth fighting for. The only thing that would say it's 2025 is if you see some airplanes on the sky. Anything else, it's the same like 2025 before Christ. It's really beautiful.
Wonderful. Anyone want to take a stab at either the NIMBY question or the question about how the OSCE can be more helpful? Go ahead, Barbara.
Sure, just very briefly. I think cross-dimensional work, so the third dimension works a lot with with human rights defenders, journalists, and environmental defenders as well. So it's just about working more cross-dimension, which is already happening. Our office last year worked together with the office of the coordinator on economic and environmental activities. For the annual meeting of the Aarhus conventions, for the Aarhus centers. So I think it's just doing more in that area, and there is interest, there is space, and I think that we are going to get there. Thanks.
All right, I know we are out of time, so please join me in thanking our panelists, and thank you all for listening to us.
Thank you. That was an excellent panel discussion. And now we're running a little bit ahead of program because our next speaker is online. It is the Minister for Environment of Ukraine, Svetlana Grunchuk. Svetlana Grunchuk was appointed Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine in September 2024. And prior to that, she served in various key functions in the government of Ukraine, including as the Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine and as Deputy Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine, responsible for the European integration of the ministry. She's also been responsible for the development and implementation of measures to implement the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. Minister Grunchuk will address the participants of this conference via video link. And Minister, can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon.
Great, and we can hear you. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for the invitation. For me, it's a big pleasure to be with you today, even online. And I know that today we are discussing the climate and our efforts against the climate change and also security. It's two points which are very important for Ukraine now. But colleagues, if you allow me, I want to start with some pictures from Ukraine, some presentation. I want to share the presentation, but I don't know how I need to do it. Sorry, I will continue without the presentation. Maybe my colleagues after will help me. You know that over past few days, Ukraine has been facing a new wave of military aggression from Russia, and this stage of war, its massive attacks happened almost daily. Every night, Ukrainian family are spending in the bomb shelters, and that's true that we are living in the smoke every night because, for example, during this last days since 1st June, Russia attacked Ukraine very hardly, even every day, and since that Russia has launched nearly 2,500 aerial targets, including the more than 2,000 Shahed drones and 130 missiles. and different types of missiles, ballistic and another weapon, and Russia using these weapons against the civilian infrastructure, against the civilian buildings, and we have additional emissions. For me, it's very important to ensure that Ukrainians have the clean air, and almost 2,000 tons of pollution emitted during these last days. Few examples from the Ukrainian cities. For example, in city Lutsk, a bombing set the motor factory on fire. In Odessa region, a maternity hospital was targeted, and environmental damage we already calculated is more than $26,000 even. In Odessa, in Zaporizhia region, 16 fires were recorded in the single day, June 10, and caused destroyed buildings and infrastructure, environmental damages, $5.5 million. In Lviv region, a fire broke out industrial facility. In Sumy region, a drone hit a factory, and we have additional emissions to the air. In Ternopil, there was a fire at vehicle depots and warehouse storage. In Kharkiv region, just last night, Russia attacked more than 50 times during one night. A lot of civilian infrastructure, a lot of people suffered, and just environmental damage, more than $60 million. In Kherson region, 31 attacks using also different types of bombs and drones. And as I mentioned before, we have a lot of emissions, additional emissions and pollutions because of these fires. And just before my statement, colleagues during the panel discussion discussed the importance of forest resources for the climate and for the stopping the combating of climate change. In Ukraine, we have the very big problems because of Russian attacks and bombing since full-scale invasion during this last 3.5 years. Russia burned more than 3 million hectares of our forest. You could imagine it's a significant amount of forest resources, and we lost a lot of the big potential of our absorbing potential. And but I want to ensure you that despite these very difficult circumstances, we try to be in line with the international efforts against the climate change. And we are doing our work despite the war, under the bombs and Shaheds attack, drones attack, and I also could assure you that we will do it. We will do it during all this period of war, because it's our European integration obligations, but also it's very important for our people, because Ukrainians feel the consequences of not just consequences of war, but also consequences of climate change, especially in the east of Ukraine, in the frontline region. At the same time, in the frontline regions, we have the big dangerous to have not enough water resources for a stable water supply, and also for the agriculture sector. And during the war, especially after the Kakhovka destruction, we lost a lot of water resources, and a lot of water resources are contaminated. And also just yesterday I received the information from our water agency, who made the monitoring in the frontline regions, that we have additional pollutions of to our rivers, Seym and Desna, from the Russian territory. And It happens second time because we had the same situation in the autumn in September, and it was very dangerous because we use these rivers for the water supply for a lot of cities, including Kiev. And in frontline regions, also we have more than 700 elements of water supply infrastructure destroyed because of war actions. And it also gives us a lot of worries about the security of these regions and security of all Ukrainians, not just because of military actions, active military actions, but also because of the problems with the natural resources because of climate change. And I am happy that today we are discussing all the problems, and including the European region and including Ukraine, because we need to remember that environment has no borders, and the problem which we have in Ukraine could have influence also for another countries, neighbor countries, and also for all European region. And another very important and very dangerous problem what we could have, it's the nuclear safety and security. As you know, Russia attacked in February this year the Chernobyl nuclear station and destroyed the new safe confinement. We have a lot of damages, and now we are working together with the partners, with the colleagues from European Union, from Canada, from other countries who supported us. And we are trying to find the solution how to rebuild the safe confinement over the destroyed fourth nuclear reactor in Chernobyl exclusion zone. I hope that we will ensure the nuclear safety and security in this place, but also we have another problem with the Zaporizhia NPP. This nuclear station occupied by Russians since March 2022, and during all this period of time we have the big threats for Ukraine, Ukrainian territories, but also for the European countries to have anytime nuclear accident. That it's also very dangerous situation. But using this opportunity, dear colleagues, I want to thank you for your support, for raising these very important issues during these high-level discussions. And also using this opportunity, I want to thank the Finnish government and people for your support and friendship during this very important and difficult time for us. And I think that together we will win in this war, and we will win in the war against the climate change, and we will find the right solutions for Ukraine and for all international community, how to make our continent and our planet more safe, more secured, and to ensure that we will have enough natural resources for our generation and for next generations. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Minister. If you still hear me, thank you for that very impressive and impactful speech, and Godspeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, next up is Ambassador Milita Zupeuc. Do I pronounce it correctly? Almost? Oprostite. She's the permanent representative of the Republic of Slovenia to the UN, OSCE, and other international organizations in Vienna. And under Finland's chairpersonship of the OSCE, Mrs. Zupeuc, thank you, serves as chair of the Environmental and Economic Committee. She's the right person to address us after the business panel, because she has also worked as a senior consultant in the private sector for several years, from 2015 to 2022. Previously, she's also held several positions in the government of Slovenia, most recently as the State Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister. Ambassador Župevich, the stage is yours. And please, give her a hand.
Thank you. Can I start with this? Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Today we have heard very strong messages. The 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act and rapidly changing global environment are strongly calling for reflection. Reflection on the way of strengthening the role of the OSCE in the European security architecture. This reflection cannot take place without climate and security considerations under expanded security concept. They are significant for war and conflict zones within our region and in the wider neighborhood. In Ukraine, in Palestine, and other war-affected areas in the world, not only democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are victims of war. The same holds for the environment, biodiversity, and natural resources. From a holistic perspective, climate-related risks as extreme weather events, resource scarcity, including water, displacement, and economic disruption exacerbate existing tensions, fuel conflict, and strain governance systems. As the OSCE region faces interconnected challenges, a comprehensive approach to climate security must integrate environmental, economic, and political dimensions. It has to be taken into consideration at addressing climate-induced vulnerabilities to reduce instability in conflict prevention, in strengthening transboundary resource management and regional dialogue in cooperation, in supporting adaptation strategies, particularly for vulnerable communities in resilience building, and in mainstreaming climate risks into security policies and early warning systems at institutional integration. To assure effectiveness and successful work, we have to improve the flow of information and analysis on climate-related security risks. We have to create a platform for consultations between country experts and OSCE entities and address climate and security in country, region, or other situation-specific context. As emphasized also by many speakers today, in Ukraine, the Russian war of aggression and its environmental consequences inflict a heavy toll primarily on the Ukrainian people, with spillover effects in the wider region. Slovenia is well aware of the impacts of climate change, environmental degradation, and water scarcity as risk accelerators and multipliers. These factors not only increase the potential for conflict, but also disproportionately affect civilians, both during armed conflicts and in the reverberating aftermath long after hostilities end. With this awareness, Slovenia, as the chair of the Economic and Environmental Committee of the OSCE and as elected United Nations Security Council member, emphasizes climate, peace, and security, intertwined with other three priorities: water security, women's empowerment, and conflict prevention. As the co-chair of the Internal Expert Group of the UN Security Council on Climate, Peace and Security, we advocate for integrating climate risks into conflict resolution, conflict prevention, and peace-building efforts. As a core group member, spearheading the process of the global recognition of the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, Slovenia is also aware of the importance of including this human right in all initiatives addressing climate-driven instabilities, such as water and food insecurity across all OSCE working areas. Human rights must be placed at the center of each measure to tackle the environmental and climate crisis. Mainstreaming climate and security assessments allow peace operations to identify and address how environmental stressors fuel conflict dynamics. Better analysis enables targeted interventions that strengthen conflict prevention while building resilience and adaptive governance in climate-vulnerable, fragile states. By supporting national and local actors and connecting also AI-assisted planning with early warning tools, operations can proactively build trust and strengthen local conflict prevention capabilities. Furthermore, we must not forget that women and girls face greater risks and burdens in coping with climate change. The unbalanced representation of women and men in decision-making processes creates further inequalities and often prevents women from being fully involved in the planning, design, and implementation of climate policies. In addressing the challenges of climate change, support to activities or projects that provide comprehensive solutions for women and girls is crucial. Since women are both more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and more likely to take proactive steps to mitigate its effects, their active participation in disaster prevention and response efforts is essential. Recognizing climate change as a security issue and a significant global threat multiplier, the Slovenian Peace Operation Training Center, as one of the first training centers in Europe, developed a training program covering the various impacts of climate change on peace and security worldwide, while the Slovenian Ministry of Defense developed projects in the field of defense military decarbonization and is sharing it with other countries. Not only signatory states, but also OSCE endeavors have to take into consideration our commitments to the Paris Agreement, achieving our 2030 target of cutting emissions at all activities. Also under expanded security concept, bearing in mind the importance of prevention rather than cure. We cannot and should not use the inaction or ignorance of others as an excuse of our own. Prevention is key. Emerging technologies, including satellite imagery and artificial intelligence, are transforming how we monitor and predict climate threats. These tools enable us to better understand their impacts on food and water security and migration patterns. We can identify potential conflict triggers and hence act before tensions escalate. To be effective at addressing the link between climate and security, we need a comprehensive approach, including integrated analysis, capacity building, and partnerships, reducing the environmental and climate footprint of peace operations, prioritizing climate adaptation and mitigation in fragile and conflict-affected areas. These efforts should complement emergency humanitarian relief with an aim to achieve long-term peace and security. To conclude, climate action is a security policy, and the security policy must include climate action. If we fail to address the growing risks posed by the climate crisis, we risk undermining peace and stability not only across the OSCE region, but far beyond. But to advance at the climate and security agenda, it is vital to strengthen the political will and its implementation, even where policies already exist. We must strengthen both regional and global linkages, bring together academia, policymakers, and civil society to co-create lasting solutions. Multi-stakeholder approach is not only valuable, it is essential. And we should make use of already established capacities and knowledge. We can only move forward together. So thank you, Finland.
Hvala lijepa. Thank you very much, Milita. And last, but definitely not least, we have my dear friend Kerstin Stendahl, Special Representative of the OSCE Chairperson in Office on Climate Security. Kerstin is the OSCE Chairperson in Office Special Representative on Climate Security, and she's held senior positions in the United Nations Environment Program, leading on a wide range, I'm going to read it all, just wait, wide range of environmental issues such as chemicals and hazardous waste, IPCC, regional seas, and the poverty environment nexus. She was also, and that's why I know her, the Special Envoy on Climate and Security with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs until fall of 2024. And she's fully experienced with the OSCE climate conferences, having attended all three of them. Now, take it away. And
thank you. Thank you very much. Excellencies, esteemed guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor for me to address the closing of this conference. And I do so extremely humbled by the courage and the wisdom and the expertise that you have shared with us today. And of course, in particular, I would like to thank you, dear Tony, for successfully walking and guiding us through today. You have done so with flair, with wit, and with great insight. You have kept us on track in a formidable way. Thank you. In addition, many thanks to our excellent moderators, to Heidi, to Carl, to Kate, for facilitating the thought-provoking sessions. Your experience and expertise has provided us and the room impeccable support. And thank you to the panelists for lending your knowledge to this conference. My warmest thanks also goes to my colleagues, the co-organizers of this meeting, my dear friends and colleagues at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and at the Ministry of the Environment, the staff at Hannaholmen, the professionals at the WWF, the city of Espoo, and of course all those of you who have contributed to the event in any form or substance, including the UN, and of course the OSCE staff and several civil society organizations. And last but not least, it is you, the participants, both online and offline, who make this event alive. Thank you for taking the time to be with us here today. It has been a remarkable journey. It has concretely shown that what we can set forth through a multi-stakeholder and diverse approach. And I hope this event inspires you to take further action and steps to address the security risks posed by a changing climate and a degrading environment. Dear all, we have heard and we know climate change transcends national borders. Governing and managing the risks thus require not only active cross-border, but also cross-sectoral cooperation and a whole-of-society approach. And we have heard this over and over again today. We have talked about comprehensive security, and we hope that the examples from Finland and the Finnish security of supply model will encourage you again to progress this strengthening jointly with others the climate resilience of your respective communities. As has been repeatedly stressed, the OSCE, with its unique comprehensive security concept, can foster a holistic approach encompassing all aspects of security. It offers a platform for dialogue to address the climate-related security threats. The participation of youth, civil society, and women is essential in driving meaningful action. The discussions on how to unleash the full potential of the OSCE's comprehensive approach did not start today, and it will not end today. We will keep this topic on the agenda throughout 2025 during the Finnish chairpersonship. It is regrettable that despite our collective efforts, consensus in the OSCE's Permanent Council for a mandated economic and environmental forum cycle was not reached. The lack of a mandate, however, did not stop our common efforts. This April, Finland organized a successful chairpersonship event in Vienna focusing on climate resilience. And after this conference, today in Espoo, our work on climate security will continue in September in Prague. Dear all, our key takeaways from this conference will be published in the next few days. As OSCE Chair, Finland has followed the excellent example set by the previous chair, Malta, in remaining dedicated to implementing the Stockholm Ministerial Declaration. This is done through stepping up our national efforts, through pursuing closer cooperation on climate, peace and security agenda, through strengthening climate resilience, and by promoting climate adaptation and mitigation strategies, and by promoting multilateral diplomacy based on OSCE decisions and commitments. This is also done by showcasing that the OSCE, through its institutions, field operations, and the Office of the Coordinator for Economic and Environmental Affairs, has been assisting participating states through concrete projects, responding to their needs. In Ukraine, these needs are currently massive, as we just heard. We have clear evidence and lived experience that climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution pose direct and indirect risks by destabilizing ecosystems and economies and societies. Dealing with these challenges and adapting to climate change are essential components of the comprehensive security and resilience cooperations. Ensuring an enabling environment for public participation and civic encouragement is a fundamental prerequisite for sustainable solutions and effective management of the climate crisis. Environmental and climate-related journalism and civic engagement play a key role in ensuring access to information and transparency and facilitating public debate regarding environmental and climate action. Inclusivity and gender equality are key because the diverse perspectives and equitable participation ensure more effective, just, and resilient responses to climate-related challenges, especially for communities most vulnerable to environmental impacts. OSCE remains a forum to discuss and address the impacts of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. As highlighted by Ambassador Yushupov, OSCE has also tools to help monitor and assess the environmental damage caused by the war. Despite the current political challenges, the OSCE is uniquely positioned to address these issues because of its comprehensive security mandate and regional presence. By framing climate change as a core security issue across political, military, economic, environmental, and human dimensions, the OSCE can enhance its relevance and effectiveness. Ukraine continues to demand our full attention. The Ukrainian people are robbed of their fundamental freedoms, the freedoms to determine their own destiny, including security arrangements. OSCE has also a complementary role as a regional security organization under Chapter 8 of the UN Charter, in tackling climate-related security issues within its mandate, capacity, and specific geographical scope. Ladies and gentlemen, this is important to note because our regional and international organizations need to collaborate and complement the work of each other. I will end on a self-evident note. Without collaboration, good faith, and trust, we will not tackle the challenges ahead. So, on behalf of the chairpersonship, I would like to thank you all for providing your time and expertise in this, our joint effort. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Kirsten, for your conclusions, Kirsten. But now it's time for the audience to have their final say. And I have two questions for you, and the Mentimeter plays a role in here. So please go to the Mentimeter, use the code again, scan the QR code, and type your answers. Now, the first question is, what was a key revelation for you today? I know what mine was. I'm not going to tell you. So please get on, and please type your answers. It's all anonymous, so you can say almost whatever you like. Yes. That's one. That was not mine. Very active, very good. Solar food, okay. The food one, Solane, was really cooperation, solar food, bottom up, freedom. Freedom! Environment is a victim in its own right, and we all depend on solar food. Mining in Norway, solar food. Environment and climate. So I think the gentleman from Solane did a good business today in branding his product. Very good. No, these are good. Frankly speaking, that last one was mine. I was struck by the courage of Gabriel Paun and what you mentioned today. You know these things, but to hear it from somebody who experienced it and still continues to work in it, I think is very inspiring. So thank you for that. Gabriel's a hero, very good. So on that note, I want to take you to the final question. And this is the second question, and it's a very serious question. Because it's all nice to sit together today and to have great food and interesting discussions, or go away on your TikTok if you've done that. But what will you do concretely after this conference on the basis of what you heard today? That I would really like to hear, so please type in your answers. Of course, that's the most interesting one. A report. Yeah, get a drink, that's fine, that's fine. Hold governments. Engage more with environmental activists and defenders. Well, that's a gain. Work toward environmental security and cooperation. Good, because that's important. Discuss climate activist protection with youth. Inform people about the link between war and climate change. Very good. Recommit to climate security work in the OSCE context. Yeah. Enjoy Finland. Yes. Wow. This is very impressive. I want to thank you so much for doing this. And before we go, allow me also to thank all those unseen faces or faces that you saw at the entrance, or people like Ansa and Johanna in here who are behind the scenes, who made sure that it looks like it is, that the time was held, that the food was good, that the hotel was here, that everything was done in a very, very professional way, because this is super, super difficult, and it was flawless. So I really like a hand for them. And before ending the session, I don't have a speech, but I did want to say something on the issue of hope, also what Iri said here. And I think it's so important It's great that they're youth activists, and I told Iri yesterday that without the Friday for Future marches in the EU, we would not have had the Green Deal. But it is not their responsibility. It is our responsibility. And all of us here in this room are in a very privileged position to do something, to change something, so that the youngsters can just basically go to school and don't have to go to the streets. And I think that hope is very important. And I'm reminded of a quote so I come from the Netherlands, and in Amsterdam, I'm sure you're familiar with the diary of Anne Frank. And her father, Otto Frank, who brought her diary to the world, who lost his whole family, all his children, all his relatives in Auschwitz, in the horror of Auschwitz. If anyone could be despair or could be angry and hate the world and humanity, it could have been him. But he didn't. And when they asked him once what his most important thought was, he said, if I know that the world would be gone tomorrow, I would still plant a tree today. And I think that's such a powerful inspiration, and I wanted to mention here for those who spoke about no hope, because there is hope. We have the technology, we have the skills, there's even money, we have the people. What it requires is political courage, and as Kirsten rightfully said, cooperation so that good faith works into something. The OSCE, I think, is very well placed in its comprehensive approach. I said at the beginning, if you look at the Helsinki Act, and I invite everyone in this room, if they go out, if you've not done so, to look at the Helsinki Act and those 10 points, how pertinent and relevant they are today. And perhaps we can build on it to start a green Helsinki process and to do something with what we did today. Thank you so much. Godspeed to all. Stay safe, stay healthy, and hope to see you sometime soon, maybe in Brussels.